The Orbit 2 team, again, being led by Flight Director Mike Lammers. Next to him is Alex Kanalenkos, who's the Capcom this morning. And next to him will be Victor Glover, NASA astronaut, who will be ground IV today. Sandy Moore is the lead spacewalk officer. Once depressurization, we'll switch from hearing Alex to hearing Victor Glover communicate to the crew. And it appears now that the hatch is now closed. And as you see here, Tom Marshburn and Matthias Maurer are closing the hatch between the Quest airlock and the crew lock, where Barron and Chari will be isolated as depressurization occurs. Once the crew gets the go from the team in Houston, depressurization of the crew lock will begin.
Houston station on 1 for the airlock. Step 72 and 73 are complete.
Copy. We'll put steps 74 through 76 in work, and we'll let you know when the EV crew are hot mic'd.
You're taking step 74 to 76.
Good read.
Okay, copy.
Station Houston, the EV crew are hot mic'd.
One copy. Two copies.
And we hear you both, EV1 and EV2, loud and clear.
And Houston, both EV crew members copy. They are now hot mic'd.
I had Alex loud and clear in U2 with you.
Got you both loud and clear as well. We stepped on each other, but I heard you both.
Good morning to you both. It's a great day for an EVA.
Good morning.
Loud and clear. Ready to go. Roger. Check that the switch for the depress pump power is OFF. Correct. OFF. Depress pump enable LED is ON on. Enable is on. We're on the crew lock depress Q card. On the UIA. Houston, we're waiting for your go at 80.
Stand by. Station Houston, you have a go for depress on step 80. We'll see you on the crew lock depress repress Q card.
Copy, we're going step 80. We're now on the depress repress Q card. Roger, the UIA, switch the depress pump power to on. Wait 10 seconds. Copy. Switch is on. Wait 10 seconds. 10 seconds. So you can take the depress pump isolation valve to open and expect an alert turn.
Copy. Going to open.
Copy. You can both expect an alert turn when the crew lock gets to 6. Monitor your suit P gauge that stays less than 5.5. Let us know if it's not.
Roger.
Copy. Loud sound in the suit, I assume that's the release valve opening?
Yep, I hear it.
Flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston did a go, no-go for depressurization to begin, and we have begun depress. The depressurization of the airlock will be done in a two-stage process. First, they'll take the crew lock down to 5 pounds per square inch of pressure, at which point depressurization will be paused to do a systems check. Following this, depressurization will resume and continue all the way down to vacuum. Once vacuum is reached, the two spacewalkers will complete suit and comm checks before placing their spacesuit on internal battery power, officially marking the start of today's spacewalk. A U.S. spacewalk starts A U.S. spacewalk's start and end time is measured from the time the crew places their spacesuit on internal battery power all the way up until the time repressurization occurs and they're back inside the crew lock following completion of their spacewalking task for the day.
Beat for 6.0, waiting on 5.
Maurer and Marshburn in the equipment section of the airlock continue to monitor depressurization on the Quest airlock, where NASA astronaut Kayla Barron and astronaut Barron y Chari are suited up and undergoing preparations to eventually venture outside. Crew is currently at 5.5 psi inside the crew lock, Again, they will pause around 5 pounds per square inch and begin system checks.
We see the crew lock pressure at 259. Roger, take the depress pump isolation valve to close and expect an alert turn.
Hey, it's closed.
All the DCMs for both of you. On the display switch, toggle status until leak check question mark is displayed, and then yes for 2 seconds.
1, 2 leak check, wait.
EV2 is the check weight.
Copy, and you'll just continue to follow the displayed instructions.
Roger. Leak check complete. Set O2 actuator to EVA, and that's in work.
And EV2 is leak check complete, and working on the EVA O2 actuator.
Copy, 2 good leak checks, standing by for O2 actuator to EVA.
Houston copies. Good leak checks.
I'm in EVA.
Copy, Kayla, you're in EVA.
And I'm in EVA as well.
Copy, 1 and 2, both in EVA. Roger, take the depress pump manual isolation valve to open and expect an alert turn.
Am I in work?
And after our call on good leak checks and good comm checks,
In work. And now it's open.
Copy, the valve is open.
and after our call on good leak checks and good comm checks, the crew inside the crew lock will continue depressurization.
Gauge remains less than 5.5. Let us know if it's not.
Roger.
Copy.
Your next step will be at 2 psi.
If you're just joining us, this is Mission Control Houston, and we have you're looking live at the equipment lock section of the Quest airlock, where we've begun depressurization for NASA astronaut Caleb Barron and Rasha Chari in order to begin the 247th spacewalk on space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. You're currently looking at Matthias Maurer of ESA, or the European Space Agency, and Tom Marshburn of NASA in the equipment section, continuing to monitor the depressurization of the Quest airlock, where NASA astronaut Caleb Barron and Rasha Chari are suited up and undergoing final preparations before they head out of the station's hatch today for today's spacewalk.
Roger, we see we are just below 103. Roger, you can take depress pump manual isolation valves closed.
Hey, it is closed.
Switch on the UIA, the depress pump power to OFF.
The depress pump on the UA is off.
Copy off. Report your initial tether configuration for egress.
Roger, if you could move a little to your right.
Copy. All right.
And then if you've got good visibility to start, you can go first. Otherwise, I can start on mine.
I'll go on starts. I've got my hands on the airlock D-ring extender. I've got my large waist tether hook, gate closed, lock, block on that. Run to my small crew hook, which is gate closed, lock, block on my left D-ring extender on my body. Then you can pick up the rest. I got the right D-ring extender.
Okay. I'm looking at my right D-ring extender. I've got another small hook attached to my right D-ring extender. Gate closed, slider locked, block on black. I've got my red hook attached to my right D-ring extender. Gate closed, slider locked, block on black. My red reel is unlocked. My yellow hook is attached to my green reel. Gate closed, slider locked, block on black. My green reel is unlocked. My green hook is attached to my red reel, and it is unlocked, and my anchor hook is on my mini workstation.
Some back my side here.
And I might be able to help you out with some of that if you need it.
I've got my eyes on my right waist ring, the right D-ring extender. On that, I see a red and white striped crew hook, gate closed, lock, block on black. Run to a red reel, which is unlocked. At the top of that red reel is a green crew hook, which is unlocked. The yellow hook from the red reel is attached to the green reel. Slider lock, black on black. Then off the green reel, I see my anchor hook, which is marked white ED2, gate closed, lock, black on black, attached to your anchor hook, gate closed, lock, black on black.
And one correction, it's attached to my waist tether.
Sorry, waist tether. So with that, I've got a load path to station, and you have a load path to me.
Yep, I agree.
And Houston Station, we see a good initial tether config, if you agree.
Do I have the room camera to shift to my body left, or is that going to pin you in?
For now you can. I'll probably need you closer to where you are now when I need to get to the hatch.
Okay, copy.
And Airlock Houston on 1 for EV2. We need both of your small hook from your waist tether, and both of your small hooks from your waist tethers.
Okay, so my right D-ring extender, I have 2 small hooks. One is, both are gate closed, black and black. One runs to my mini workstation, that's my waist tether. The other one is the red and white striped one. That's the small hook, gate closed, black and black that runs to the red reel. What you're looking for?
Copy, yep, thanks for that. And then also the small hook on there is a waist tether on the Airlock D-ring extender.
Yep, yeah, I gave you that earlier, but sorry. The Airlock D-ring extender, I have running to a large hook, gate closed, black and black, and the other end of that runs to my left D-ring extender, small hook, which is gate closed, black on black.
And I'm noticing we're kind of got these intertwined. Do you see that, Raja? Might be okay. Is this your waist tether? Fine. See how this is like wrapped? Is it okay if I fix that?
Yeah, I can't see it from here, but...
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to unlock your waist tether small hook from your left D-ring extender and reattach it.
Okay.
Okay, your left small hook is attached to your left D-ring extender. Gate closed, slider lock, black on black, and we're not twisted up anymore.
Sounds good, thanks. I confirm I can still see the large hook still attached to the Airlock D-ring extender. Now that's where I can pull it all the way here, and I can see small hook, gate closed, black on black, my left D-ring extender.
Okay, Raja and Kayla, one more from Houston. So we believe that there is a spare waist tether in the Airlock as well on that Airlock D-ring extender, and that's the small hook that we're looking for. And then your green reel for EV2.
Sorry, yeah, it is, and it's back to itself on the Airlock D-ring extender. Yeah, so both on the spare waist tether that's on the Airlock D-ring extender, both the small and the large hook are both attached to the and it's looped back on itself intentionally. And both are gate closed, black on black. For the small hook, the large hook is gate closed but not locked.
Small hook closed, locked, black on black. Copy, thank you. And the green reel is unlocked. Thank you for those.
And Houston, from the Airlock, if you agree, we'll press on in step 12.
Okay, Airlock Houston, you may continue with step 12.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the pressure to come down, and we'll press on. Thank you.
The crew just reported being down to 1 psi.
Roger, when it's time to open the hatch, I'm going to need to come nadir, and I'm going to need your feet to go over.
Matthias Maurer and Tom Marshburn, Matthias Maurer of the European Space Agency and Tom Marshburn of NASA in the equipment section continue to monitor depressurization on the Quest airlock, where NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Rasha Chari are suited up and undergoing preparations to venture outside the space station for today's spacewalk.
See .6 on the hatch gauge.
Copy, we see 31.6, looking for 26.
Once at vacuum, we'll look for a call that will say that they've switched to internal battery power. This call will be the official start of the spacewalk this morning.
See you to 0.5 on the hatch gauge.
Copy, we see 27, looking for 26.
Okay, I'll stand by.
Sensation from the airlock, we see ourselves at 26, and Kayla's reported .5 about a minute ago. I just want to double check with you. We're good for EVA hatch open.
And airlock, you have a go for EV hatch open.
Kayla, you go to open the hatch and stow it.
Yep. Do you think you can roll onto your side a little bit?
Yep, which way?
So that you're facing aft. Yep. That'll work. Okay. And the hatch is open. Hatch keep engaged.
Copy that. 14, step 14 is in order. Houston Station emergency IMPAF is closed. Kayla, Raja, Godspeed and have fun. And over to you, Houston.
Copy. Thank you, Tom, Matthias, Mark. Nice work getting us to this point. Kayla, Raja. Good morning, spacewalkers.
Good morning.
Morning.
All right, we're picking up with the post-depress on your DCMs. Switch power to bat and stagger switch throws. Expect a warning tone.
EV1's in bat.
He's in bat.
Copy, and switch display to Pro. Oh. Copy EV1 and EV2 in bat. And now you can switch display to Pro to verify a functional display.
EV1 functional.
EV2 functional.
All right, good news. Roger, on the UIA, switch power EV1 and EV2, two switches to off OFF.
Power 1 and power 2 are both off.
And check power 1, power EV1 and 2 LEDs, 4 LEDs total OFF.
All 4 LEDs are off.
Okay, EV1, EV2, you can demate the SCU from the DCM and install the DCM cover and then stow the SCUs in the pouch.
It's stowed.
Copy, EV1.
EV2, it's off. Still working on stowing it.
Copy and work, EV2.
EV2 is off and stowed.
Copy, EV2. Confirm you're both ready to move on. They're stowed in the pouch.
Ready.
EV2 stowed in the house, ready.
Okay, Roger. Check the depress pump man ISO.
And at 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern, the 247th spacewalk in support of station assembly and maintenance and upgrades has begun. Barron and Chari now will work to open the thermal cover and make their way outside the space station hatch to begin their work for the day. The ground IV is NASA astronaut Victor Glover. You saw him on your screen previously. You're going to hear his voice as he speaks to the crew about the International Space Station. He'll be filtering information from the teams here in Mission Control up to the spacewalkers today.
EV1 and EV2 max hot. Now you can switch water on, ON. EV1, EV2, you can switch water on, ON.
One, water is on, ON.
EV2, water's on.
Check your DCM blank and bite light off.
DCM blank, bright light off.
Two's blank and bright light off.
Copy. Now you can set your TCV as desired. Let us know where, please.
And 5.
And copy EV1 TCV to 5.
And EV2's TCV 5.
EV2's 5 also. Okay, please report suit pressure gauge to Houston. And EV1, EV2, report suit pressure gauge.
EV1, 4.2.
2, 4.4.
Copy 4.2, 4.4. Okay, set your visors as required. It is currently night. You're 10 minutes from sunrise and about to pass off the west coast of the United States.
Roger that, my visor's up for now.
Visor's up, my lights are on.
Also have my lights on.
All right, Kayla, you can open the hatch thermal cover. And I've got some detailed steps if you'd like those.
Ready to open the thermal cover?
Hey, firm, you have a go to open the thermal cover, and I've got some detailed steps if you need them.
I think I got it, but Roger, could you either rotate onto your right side or your feet are kind of blocking my access? I need them. Show them if that's okay. There you go. Alright, I am releasing the thermal cover adjustable. Hold it first.
Copy, and just a reminder, when you attach the hook to the stowage tether point, we'd like you to cinch that strap snug until you have 6 Sharpie lines visible on the tail.
Okay. Got on the stowage point and cinching it now. 6 lines.
6 lines, thank you.
Thermal cover's open.
Looks great. When you're ready, you can egress the airlock. We recommend you position forward on the circular handrail.
Okay, it works.
And we now have confirmation that thermal cover is now open. Barron and Chari working to egress the space station. And you can now see on the top of your screen, Barron is now out of the space station. Barron is EV1.
Out, and I'm working on my anchor hook is attached to the forward airlock DIRECTO. Gate closed, cider locked, black on black. I have a good safety tether pass. And I'm going to work on Raj's anchor hook.
Copy, and Raj is going to the aft tube.
Just working on repositioning my FDU. I got snagged, I think, on the way out. Make sure I can get to it later.
Roger, your anchor hook is attached to the airlock aft steering. Gate closed, slider locked, black on black. When ready, you have a go to release your waist tether.
Copy. I've got to go to release my waist tether. Let me fix the FCU here first, and I'll work on that.
Okay, copy that. And Kayla, please turn on your HECA.
Doesn't work. on, green light.
Copy, thank you. And when you two are ready, Raja, I hear that you're working with the SCU, and then you and Kayla can coordinate transferring out the strut bag.
And I'm disconnecting my left waist tether from the airlock D-ring. And moving up to the strut bag.
Okay, yes, and you're going to transfer the strut bag out to Kayla. And Kayla, when you receive the strut bag, you're going to stow it on your BRT with the tape side of the handrail toward your feet.
Roger. And Roger, I got visibility under the airlock hatch. I'm ready to help guide it through.
Okay.
Baron is EV1.
See if I can get the handrail towards you, and then I'll try to find it down there. It's caught up on the hatch somewhere.
Okay. See the end coming down toward me?
And it looks like the...
Right now you're caught a little bit on the knob of the hatch lever.
I think the soft goods handle, but it's snagged over there.
Okay.
Feels like it's stuck. I can pull it more towards my end of the air.
The outboard end of the bag towards the aft to kind of take advantage of that diagonal might help you get around the hatch knob. I could come back in a little bit if that would help, Raja.
I'm trying to... I need to get the other end towards me up higher. It's stuck in the hatching mechanisms of the inboard hatch, the IV side. I need to get that up.
I'm going to try reaching my hand up to see if I can help you, Raja.
Yeah, if you can push the whole thing up.
The whole bag up?
Baron and Chari are working together to get a strut bag so Chari can egress the hatch.
ISS app.
Okay.
And that'll give us more diagonal.
There you go.
Okay, now let's see if I can free it up. All right, there we go. Progress.
Okay, I'm going to get a little bit out of the way here. And you should be able to work that out here.
Yep. All right, I don't think I have the handrail the right way, but I can hold it in position here to get you rotate it.
Okay. Let's come out a little bit more. Try to get a hand on it here. Okay, let's pause here.
Okay.
And I'd like to rotate it so I can see the handrail. Okay, I see the handrail. Now, Roger, I'm going to put my BRT rod on it.
Copy. I'm not going to try to catch the one that comes back because I don't have eyes on it, but once it comes back in, I'll try to get it on the airlock D-ring extender.
Okay. And it rotated out of the way while I was grabbing my ret, so...
I can spin it either way. I got control of it up here. You just tell me which way to rotate it.
I can see the handrail, but I need you to push the bag, no, not further out. Sorry. My end toward me, toward forward.
Okay.
Yep. And then we could, yeah, that's good. I've got my BRT red on it. Two options, Roger. If you can reach the red, you can remove it now. Otherwise, let's bring it out another foot or so, and I'll take it off.
I can't get to this on the other side of the bag for me, so I can bring it out more.
Bring it out more. All right, airlock red's removed and coming back.
All right, I saw it come back, good retraction.
Okay, Roger, now I'm going to reposition myself a little bit, but I've got the bag in my hand.
Take your time.
And I'm going to work on getting it on my BRT here. Still sort of in the hatch. Okay, I've got it on my BRT, so I'm going to pull it the rest of the way out.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Nice job working together, you two, to get EV3 out of the hatch there. And Roger, I heard you grab. Yeah, I heard that you grabbed your waist tether off that D-ring extender. So the next thing you're going to do is wait for Kayla to give you a go to egress, and then retrieve crew lock bag 1.
Copy. Yep, and I've got crew lock bag 1 already on my BRT ret, and I'm working on stowing the small end of the large swallow that was stowed onto the airlock D-ring extender. And while you're still on set, I'll see if I can get the strap bag down to this.
Okay. I'm going to change the orientation on my BRT in the jaws just because it doesn't quite want to stay where I want it. And work on getting it off to my side.
Okay, if I come out partway with my legs,
yep, you're go to come out, Roger. Big bag.
Okay, and I have the small ret that was holding the strap bag that's also attached to the airlock D-ring extender for when you come back.
Okay. And Roger, on your way out, there's a depress, repress cue card that's kind of thrown behind the hatch. You have to turn around. I don't know if you're able to, yaw around. It could come out to your waist.
I think I see it.
Yeah, if you could feed that back in, probably shouldn't have even had it out. If not, we can get it at the end of the EVA, but probably be good to tuck it back in. And the sun's coming out, Roger, if you want to put your visor down.
Okay, thanks.
I'm going to increase my cooling a little bit.
Okay, that repress card is back behind the hatch.
Thank you, sir.
In EV1, EV2, or 15 seconds to a handover.
Roger.
And we're currently in a brief handover between satellites, which you're currently seeing International Space Station Flight Control Room.
Right here. I'll move away from you. That's crew card, or depress card floated out again, but we can.
Okay.
Should be untangled now to toss it back up in there.
And I'm trying to get my coolant where I want it. I'm a little bit too far on it.
So I'm going to let crew lock bag set up. Wait for the crew lock bag to come back.
And Chari is now out of the hatch. Baron EV1, or extravehicular crew member 1,
No problem.
is wearing the suit with the red stripes. Chari is EV2, and he's wearing the suit with no stripes. Another way to keep track of the crew members today will be by their helmet cams. Baron has helmet cam number 22, and Chari has helmet cam number 16.
Got the crew lock bag.
Hey, great to see it online, Mark.
You'll let me know when you feel like you're ready for buddy checks, Raja, and Ike, let us know if you're back with us.
Yep, I'm with you. And once, Raja, when you're done with the bag and you have a free finger, you can turn on your HECA.
Copy.
Ike,
And
the
Kayla.
thermal cover is closed.
Copy. Thermal cover closed. Thank you. And let's see. Can you verify the stiffener D-ring strap is not over the magnet?
It is not.
Okay. And you've got that long wire tie there if you need to use that free end of the hook around the soft goods handle. And just let us know. And if you guys remember where you tucked that cue card, we'll take that so we can remind you on the way back in to make sure it's still stowed.
It's just behind the thermal cover at the moment. It's tethered. It's just kind of in the way of the hatch actuating. Just need to tuck it in.
Copy. Thank you for that.
All right, ready for buddy checks if you are.
All right, Raja. I see green HECA light. I don't see your WBS light, however. So the white button on your EMU TV.
We're going out before.
I see it's on now.
Done? Okay.
Your helmet lights are on. You've got 3 tabs up, 2 mini workstation, 1 DRT. Both of your safer handles are down. And you've got the crew lock bag on your BRT. That looks really like a good position. And I think you got good eyes on your safety tether. Looks like you're in a good config there.
Copy.
And my baseline half check, half is dry.
Copy. And for you, I see 1, 2 TV lights on, HECA and TV. Both your lights are on. Just one of each if you want the floods for later. 1, you yaw your body. That's good. Okay, 3 tabs up. And 1. Safer handles down.
Okay.
And the strut bag looks good. It's a little tilted towards your head, but I think that's fine. And then wider at your feet, but looks like a good stable position, tucked in close behind your arm.
Yeah, I see it in your reflection. I think I'm okay with how that is.
Yeah, I think that's probably better. If that's a little tighter in by your head, so it doesn't snag anything.
Okay.
And Raja, we'll
start translating if you are.
We'll take a buddy, a baseline half check from you.
Dry. Yep, half is dry. And gloves look good.
Okay, copy that. Nice job, you two. And Kayla, that's a big bag with a long moment arm, so, it's only going to stay put for so long, so don't fight too hard trying to keep that where it is. And if you two are ready to translate, you, Kayla, are going to the S3, S4 interface inboard of the Sarge, and you will be leading. Raja, you will follow, translating to the starboard seated cart.
Copy.
Arming up the toolboxes.
And Kayla, we'd like you to fair lead at the base of the CETA spur.
I copy that. Just going to take it nice and slow with this big bag.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right, Kayla. Slow and steady wins the race. Perfect. And I've got a couple cautions I'll read to you all. Avoid contact with the radiators and flex hoses. It'll probably be obvious and self-correcting, but translate slowly, especially with the strut bag on the BRT. and avoid inadvertent contact with the deployed test cables.
Okay. I've got that fair lead in, and I'm heading out to put in my adjustable fair lead.
Copy, and that'll be at S0 handrail tree 410 for EV1. And EV2, you're going to do an adjustable at tree 409er.
I see 3410. I'll stop here to get that adjustable down. I've got my adjustable fair lead on 3410. Roger, you have a go to start translating up, and I'll kind of keep an eye on you as you come by the toolboxes, and then I'll continue.
Okay, I'm coming up the wagon wheel. I can see your tether.
Good, Roger. We continue up to the cedar rail. Stay out of your way.
Copy. I'll hold to the base of the cedar rail until you're at the top.
Okay, I'm at the cedar rail. I'm going to start slowly heading outboard, Roger.
That's correct, Kayla. You're heading to the S3, S4 interface, and we've got a green hook location just inboard of the Sarge when you get there, near mile marker 5250.
Okay.
I'm 3409, which is where I'm putting down my adjustable tether.
Thank you, Roger.
Barron and Chari are currently translating to the starboard truss S4 worksite, where they will install a solar array modification kit.
The starboard cedar cart, or correction, port cedar cart, and rotate it underneath it.
Nice job. You're looking good. That strut bag is flying formation with you.
The adjustable's down at 3409.
Thanks, Roger. And you're heading to the starboard cedar cart to stow the crew lock bag.
And I'm starting under the MT. I got good visibility on the bag, and it's clear.
Up to see the handrail starting to go starboard.
I'm at the starboard cedar cart.
We're currently seeing live views from helmet cam 16, which is EV2 Raja Chari's cam, as he translates to the S4 truss.
on the cedar rail, past the starboard cedar cart. And Ike, I'm approaching the spot where I'm going to head nadir for green hook.
Copy that. Yet just inboard of the Sarge, you're looking for S3 handrail 3060, and yours will be the more nadir of the two vertical handrails there on the nadir side of the Sarge.
All right, I see 3060.
That is your green hook location.
And I think I'm caught up on something, so I'm just going to take a look at my tether. I got it clear.
I'm under the, coming up on the MT.
All right, my green hook is on 3060.
All right, nice job. And now you're going to translate to the 3 Alpha IEA, non-radiator side. So please check your gauntlets in place prior to crossing the Sarge.
Gauntlets are in place.
Sounds good. You're heading out to the IEA to stow that strut bag.
Baron is
With 01 on the port, or sorry, starboard key card. I'll get tethered here and get rid of the crew lock bag on the top of this.
Hey, firm, and just let us know what square grid you drop the crew lock bag on.
All right, I made it to IEA, and I'm heading further outboard.
Hey, firm, station forward and outboard. And you're looking for handrails 2207 or 2206, and then we'll stow the strut bag.
All right, I have them in sight.
I like the crew lock bags on grid C.
Thanks, Roger. Grid Charlie. Now you can retrieve the WIFX and APFR with the ingress aid from WIF 1.
Copy.
And you're going to stow those on your BRT. And Kayla, it looks like you're close to your position, so when you find those handrails, the way you want to orient the bag, the strut bag handrail goes toward the radiator, or if you can just see the way the lid opens, you want the lid to open toward the center of the IEA or toward the radiators.
You just heard Barron confirm the strut bag being stowed at the IEA, or the Integrated Electronics Assembly.
And Kayla, I believe also that means that the tape on the handrail will point toward the mass canister.
Copy that. Working on the necessary rotation now. Got it in a good orientation, so we'll work on getting it cleared.
Yeah, that looks good. And I think 2207 and 2206 should be right in front of you.
Another VRT ret to the APFR, which is locked on the with X, and the with X is in by VRT with the gates closed.
Okay, copy that, Roger. And now you're going to translate to the starboard sarge. And you're going to also, near Kayla's green hook, you're going to drop your green hook just zenith of hers on handrail 3061.
Copy, 3061.
And we currently see Raja.
One of the corner adjustables down. I'll work on the other one.
Copy, adjustable on one corner.
We currently have views as Chari translates back to the worksite after retrieving APFR, or the articulating portable foot restraint.
Now that the bag is independently.
Copy.
Okay, well, I can see my tether on top of yours is planned, so that looks good so far out to the start at least.
Yeah.
And Roger, I see you're approaching the sarge there, just zenith of Kayla's hand green hook. You're looking for 3061. 3061.
Tally 3061. That's not my green hook here. It works.
I've got two corners down, and what I'm going to do is open the lid and then probably tie back with one of the lid adjustables.
Okay, copy. Nice work, Kayla. If you also could, when you have a free hand, check your HECA on.
Okay. Got a green HECA light.
Copy. Thank you for the HECA light. And Roger, just confirm your gauntlets are in place after your green hook. You're going to translate to the 3 Alpha IEA as well on the radiator side, station aft.
Copy, my gauntlets are down. I'm just getting ready to go across the sarge.
All right, we've got a great camera view of both of you, and Roger, you're just going to head over over the Zenith side of the IEA station aft.
GoPro's on.
I think my tether just caught underneath there.
All right, I'm happy with the bag for now. I think I'll maybe tighten actually the outboard strap real quick, and then the mounting bracket has very kindly presented itself.
Yeah, it's ready to get to work, huh? Okay, nice job with the bag, and also I have a reminder here that you can turn on and stow the GoPro, and just let us know where you place it.
It's on, and I'm just going to leave it tethered to the bag.
Copy, thank you.
And I think I'm going to take a second to put down my BRT, get a little more stability here. Get that mounting bracket back over here.
Okay, and I've got my eyes on WIF 26, which is my destination.
Affirm, yes, and when you get to WIF 26, you want to install the WIFX, and you will clock it to 6. I'll remind you again when you get there and give you the rest of the settings when you're ready.
I've got the mounting bracket, and I'm going to start going for the upper right strut.
Okay, so before you start on that, we would like a glove, hat, and gauntlet check, and then we'll get into the upper triangle.
Okay, that's in work. I'll check my gloves now.
If you're just joining us, we're bringing you live coverage today of the 247th spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Raja Chari have begun a spacewalk to assemble and install brackets and strut kits for an upcoming solar array upgrades.
In place. All right, so yes, we are going to start on the upper triangle build, and you said you have the mounting bracket, and yep, it's going to be the right upper strut from bag straps 1 and 2. Those are in the upper left corner, as you're seeing them.
The duo exited the airlock this morning, starting the EVA at 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern Time, and now have translated to the starboard truss to the S4 worksite. Barron and Chari are now taking struts and brackets out of their stowage space and will begin the build out for the mount. The main focus will be on the installation of a 3A modification kit, but then they will then go to the S6 truss to tie back multi-layer insulation for spare battery charge-discharge units.
Pitch knob is popped out, and working on 5 for the WIFX extension.
Copy, 6 Golf 5. Those are your settings, and thanks for the pull twist test.
This is the 4th set of brackets, first one on the starboard side of the vehicle. A modification kit is the support structure needed for future IROSA or ISS rollout solar array upgrades.
Bracket right side, and that's the one to remember. You have that strut tab that needs to go under the mounting bracket guide. The pieces should be flush together.
You'll hear some acronyms today. I'm sure you've heard BRT.
Before I do do the Gulf 5 icon. I'm thinking maybe I'll set up the APFR settings just so it's easier to reach it.
Okay, copy that. Settings 12, Tango Tango, Fox 12.
12 is set.
I got M13 and 14 hand started.
Okay, copy. M13 and 14.
4 turns.
We're looking for 4 turns, and I've got PGT settings. Actually, you've already hand started them, so next you're going to retrieve the left upper strut from the bag, and that's the one on the right side, straps 3 and 4.
You'll hear acronyms today, just like spoken previously. Roger Chari mentioned his APFR, or articulating portable foot restraint, that will help him during the assembly today. The crew is at the proper work site and are starting the 3A upper bracket build.
And Roger and Kayla, I've got a warning for you here just about the strut builds. The misaligned or fractured pit pin spring may present a sharp edge. Inspect pit pins before actuating, please.
Roger.
Copy.
Okay, Kayla, and you're going to install the left upper strut L2 to the center pad L2. And then I've got PGT settings when you're ready.
Roger, I'm going to try to hand start M17.
Okay, copy. Just let us know how many turns.
The APFR is 12, Tango Tango, Fox 12. I have not done the WIFX extension yet. I'm going to get my BRT right off there first. Untangle it with my safety tether, then I'll work on the WIFX extension.
Okay, copy that. And for the APFR, please verify that pitch knob has popped out.
It did pop out. Yep, good news.
Good
Took
news.
a little bit of coercing.
Okay,
All right,
copy.
I'm hand started 1 turn on M17.
Copy 1, turn M17. PGT settings are Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Roger.
You'll hear the duo today talk about their PGT, or their pistol grip tool. They'll use that to bolt and unbolt things today.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2 steps.
And Kayla, that's Bravo 1, Uno, Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Oh. Much better. Bravo 1, clockwise 2 steps.
That is a good readback. You are going to drive M17 to torque for a total of 7 to 9 turns. So we're looking for 6 to 8 more turns.
Via Kayla's Barron's helmet cam.
I have 10 additional turns, black line flush, green light, 11.9 for torque.
Copy, 11.9 on the torque. 10 additional for 11 total turns, and the black line is flush. That is a good bolt to M17. Okay, now, I know we just drove the bolt on the left upper strut, but once your PGT is put away, you can release the ret from the right strut. The ret from the right strut.
Understand. That's going to work.
And Kayla, if you can see my, I think it just spun up above my helmet. I'm trying to come down a little bit and clear it while I was rotating around the WIFAC here.
I see it. It's kind of caught behind your L head. Oh, there you go. That's clear. Just let it retract. It should tighten back up. And I
EV1, EV2.
Removing the ret from the upper right strut.
That is a good readback. And once that is off, you can install the center pad MLI and pip pin.
Installed, working on MOI.
Alright, WIFAC and APFR are installed to the 5, and you know where you're at, Kayla, in terms of coming over there to help you?
Actually, nice job on the APFR and WIFX. Raja, we need you to pause. Just give your Medox a second, so just stand by and pause EV2. And EV1, will you repeat your last call, please?
Pins in place, MLI's in place, and I will move on to M1516.
Okay, now we're going to assemble the left upper strut to the mounting bracket. And so we want to install the left upper strut L8 to the mounting bracket left side. And again, make sure that same slide tab is under the mounting bracket guide.
We are currently in between satellites, but we should have signal back to the EVA shortly.
And Kayla, I have PGT settings for you when you're ready.
I've got 4 turns by hand on M15, and I'm going to see if I can get M16 and engage 1 turn, and then I'll go for my PGT.
Copy, 4 turns by hand on M15 and working M16 now.
Okay, I've got 1 turn by hand on M16, and I'm just going to reposition the triangle a little bit, and then I'll grab my PGT.
Copy, 1 turn by hand on M16. Standing by with PGT settings.
Ready for settings.
Hey, your PGT settings are Bravo 3, clock 2. And we're going to drive M16 first.
Right, Bravo 3, clockwise 2 set.
And starting with M16, you're going to drive 16 and 15 to torque. You have a go.
Turn.
And M16 should be about 25 total turns, so 24-ish more. And Raja, how's your HAP doing?
That's dry.
Copy, dry HAP, thank you.
All right, I got a red light, low torque, 21.24 turn, and that matched my count of 22 turns. Figured I should try it again.
Okay, stand by. Copy, red light, low torque. And yes, with Bravo 3, clock 2, you have a go to hit it again. And copy 22 more turns for a total of 23.
All right, I hit it again. Green light, 18.2 for torque, and I got maybe an eighth of a turn out of that additional hit.
Copy, green light, 18.2 on the torque, and an eighth of a turn for 23 and an eighth. And how's the black line doing?
Black line is flush.
Copy, black line is flush. You can move on to M15, looking for about 21 more turns, drive that one to torque.
Currently seeing views of Kayla Baring using that pistol grip tool. They'll be using it throughout today's spacewalk. And that is essentially a space drill that is used to help secure and release bolts during the spacewalk.
And then we can move over to help Kayla out, building the triangle.
Gloves look good. And gauntlets are down. Copy, I'll start heading Kayla's way.
And, yeah, I guess we still have 2 bolts to drive.
And Roger,
It's pretty close, though.
actually, yeah, you can stand.
And I got another low.
I'll stay here. I can start getting the APFR if you want.
Yeah, you can stay there and start working on ingress in the APFR. And Kayla, you stand by. You can go ahead hit it again.
Red light, low torque, and that was okay. Okay, now I got a green light, 18.3 on the torque, and that was 0 additional turns.
And can we get the initial turn count and the black line?
Black line flush. Yeah, I started at 4 turns, and then we got 20 additional turns for a total of 24.
Copy, 20 additional for a total of 24. Green light, black line flush on M15. Okay, Kayla, you can release your ret from the left strut. You can release the ret from the left strut. All right, you can install the mounting bracket.
Get back to M1314.
You can install the mounting bracket MLI.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Mounting bracket MLI.
Okay, roger that.
Now 1 hour into today's spacewalk, recapping some of the milestones. The spacewalk began at 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 Eastern, when suits were switched on to internal power. Barron and Chari have now arrived at their workstation and have begun the upper 3A bracket build-out.
Okay, I think I'm in the APSR. It feels like there's something behind my left leg, though. I'll give you a chance.
Your safety tether is between your legs.
That's what it is. Okay. It'll be a factor for up here when I come back, so I can fix it.
I agree. All right, I've got the MLI on the left side. Mounting bracket.
Copy that. Now we're going to go and torque the right upper strut to the mounting bracket. And I've got some PGT settings for M14 and 13 when you're ready.
Ready for settings.
All right, you're looking for Bravo 3, clock 2. And you're going to drive M13 and 14 to torque in any order.
Green light, 18.4. Black line is flush, and that was 2-1 turn additional.
All right, on which bolt?
13.
M13, 18.4, 21 additional for 25 turns. Green light, black line flush. You have a go for 14. And Raja, while you're up there, no sudden moves on the mass canister or the mod kit. Move slowly on the BGA. And maximum lateral loads are not a whole lot, so be gentle up there. Avoid cyclic loading. And do not impart forces into the mod kit struts when not fully installed. I'll give you guys a call when it's fully installed. And battery and adapter plate cables on the IEA are potential snag hazards.
Green line, lights, black line flush, 18.4, 0 turns additional.
And I believe I copied 20 additional turns for 24 total green light and a black line that's flush. Okay, that's a good M13 and 14. Please verify after you put your PGT away, verify the center pad MLI and pit pin.
Center pad MLI and pit pin look good, and the MLI on the mounting bracket side is in work.
Stand by on the other MLI.
Okay, stand by.
Yeah, just the center pad MLI and pit pin. and then you're going to move the long PGT. So once you've verified those.
Center pad MLI and tip pin look good, and understand need to grab the long PGT.
Okay, Kayla, actually you have a go.
We're kind of on edge making that call whether to come over.
That's what I start.
There you go, headache.
I was going to say, you can do that MLI now if you want to, or you can just leave it for Raja to do. So your choice, and then we're going to move the long PGT, the one with the 7/16 6-inch wobble.
For Raja.
Yeah, concur.
I do that. I'll leave it for Raja because it should be a little bit easier for him. And I'm working on the PGT now.
Okay, yep, you're going to move the long PGT from the strut bag to the right upper strut handrail, stanchion nearest the center pad. And there is a RET and adjustable in the bag that you can use. All right, Roger, don't worry. We're getting to you soon.
No worries. One thing I did notice, I've got the ingress aid pulled back, but I can't actually push it down as I can't reach the knob to unlock it to get it to go down.
Okay, copy that. If you do want to compress it even just a couple inches, sometimes you can, as you twist.
Pull it back, though.
Copy, pull back. Try twisting the handle a little bit, kind of yaw it. As you push down, that might collapse it an inch or two.
I have to keep trying that, but not get much motion out of it.
Okay,
if I didn't have the mass caster here, I could bend over and do it, but I can't bend over without my helmet hitting the mass caster.
Okay,
all right,
Roger
the
that.
long PGT is in place.
Okay, copy that, Kayla. And Roger, it's just a reminder that ingress aid, we're tucking it because we've seen it knock that BRT tab loose and dislodge BRT. So just be aware of that. All right, so we're going to set up to hand off the upper triangle so that we can install to the mass canister. Let's see. So now, Kayla, we're going to transfer the upper triangle with the PGT to EV2, and you can leave them on the bag. It's a RET in series.
So let me know when you got visibility on the triangle.
I can see part of it, but can't quite reach it yet.
I'm going to work on rotating it around a bit to give you the right side first.
Just over 1 hour and 7 minutes into today's spacewalk, Barron and Chari are currently focusing on the build-out of the 3A bracket for the solar array modification kit. The new solar arrays, which are set to be delivered to the space station on upcoming commercial resupply service missions, are a larger version of the rollout solar arrays, or IROSA technology, and will ultimately increase the station's total available power from 160 kilowatts up to 215 kilowatts. We do have a special guest with us today on the line. Jeremiah McNatt is a photovoltaic technology lead. Hi, Jeremiah.
Hi, Shaniqua. Pointing up. And so remember how this mechanism works. You're going to engage the left side first.
Thank you for having me on
It's up and
today.
down to engage it. If it doesn't slide all the way in, it's up and down a little bit till they engage, and then you're going to pivot it to the right to engage the soft dock.
Jeremiah, can you please explain to us what a photovoltaic technology lead is?
Certainly. I'm the photovoltaic technology lead at NASA Glenn Research Center, where we do a lot of research and development efforts for new photovoltaic devices through arrays.
Actually,
and
Caleb,
my role as the
we
tech
do the
lead
PGT,
is to
if you could
oversee
power cycle
all
your
the projects
cycle.
that we have that we're working on, look for new ideas and new concepts to start to pursue in the future, and then support flight missions such as what's happening with the IROSA arrays and with Gateway and Artemis to photovoltaic systems on the lunar surface.
That is amazing. And you did mention just now the IROSA solar arrays. Why are they important technology for us right now?
ROSA and the IROSA arrays are super important. As you said at the beginning, they're going to add more power to the space station. The ROSA arrays were developed over the past 10 years or so, and we've seen in the past couple years a demonstration on space station, and they were just used on the DART mission. And the benefits of ROSA is that you can store a lot more solar array in a much smaller package. So the arrays that are being deployed with IROSA are about 20 kilowatts each, and they're stowed in one very small, compact rolled tube that can then be put into different commercial resupply vehicles. So a much easier way to get a lot of power up into space. We're going to continue that when we use them on Gateway on the power and propulsion element, and also maybe on the lunar surface.
Okay, copy, Roger. Good job on getting that soft dock. I've got some PGT settings for you when you're ready.
That's awesome, Jeremiah. And I know you mentioned the Gateway. Can you explain a little bit about Gateway and how the technology that you guys are looking at now will help for future exploration in deep space?
Certainly. So I'll first talk a little bit about IROSA to Gateway.
Okay, and then it's going to
be... The IROSA arrays are around 20 kilowatt each. The arrays that are going to be on Gateway on the power and propulsion element are 30 kilowatts each. So a little bit larger, about 50% larger in size. And what's really unique and what's different between what's happening on space station and what's going to happen on Gateway is that when the power and propulsion element of Gateway is launched, those arrays will open autonomously. They'll open on their own. Currently, what people are seeing right now on space station is an adapter bracket is being installed, an installation bracket, and then later on, when those IROSA arrays make it up to space station, they will be deployed with support of the astronauts. For Gateway, they'll be deployed on their own and will provide power throughout that mission. The power and propulsion element is just one of the different components of Gateway. There's also going to be other modules that will attach to it. And while that's orbiting the moon, it's going to be a great stopping point and a stepping off point for astronauts to go to the lunar surface, to continue to do research on the moon, and then also the solar system.
And that's amazing. Thank you, Jeremiah, for your time this morning. That's Jeremiah McNett, the photovoltaic technology lead, going over some of the great work that these modification and IROSA arrays, solar arrays will help do on the International Space Station and our future with the Gateway. Thank you, Jeremiah.
Thank you. 2 turns each,
Thank you.
5 through 8. And with the same PGT settings and 2 turns on all 4 bolts, now we can drive M5 through 8 to torque a minimum of 3 additional turns.
Okay. Driving all 3 torque, that's 3 additional turns. Start with M5.
And an update, the crew is complete with the 3A upper bracket build task and are beginning the installation of the center pad to the mass canister.
But you guys are already getting some interesting lighting conditions up there. Just do what you got to do.
AM5, 4.7 additional turns, good green lights, and 3.1.
Copy. Was at 4.7 additional turns, green light on M5.
flag 5.3 turns on M8, good green light 3.6.
Copy, 5.3 additional turns for 7.3 total green light on M8.
M6, 5.3 turns, good green light 3.8.
M6, 5.3 green light.
And M7, 5.1 turns, green light 3.7.
Copy, 5.1 additional for 7.1 total on M7 with a green light. That's a good M5 through 8. Okay, Roger. Now you're going to transfer the long PGT with the RET and adjustable combo from the upper triangle to Kayla.
Work on getting in position for that, Roger.
And Kayla, you're going to stow that on your swing arm.
Roger.
Once you get control of it, I'll take the other side of the red off. It's above your head. Trying to put the socket down in front of you.
I got it.
All right. Once you have a red on it, let me know and I'll let go of this one.
I'm back. Okay, I've got a mini workstation red on it.
Okay. It's coming back.
Okay.
It's back at the PGT.
Okay. Now the wound around the mounting bracket red, so I'm just gonna work on undoing that.
Roger that, Kayla. Take your time, and that's going on your swing arm. And Roger, you're going to release the mounting bracket RET when you're ready.
Working on my swing arm here.
Mounting bracket red's coming back to the bag.
All right, Roger, and we're a minute 45 seconds to handover. If you can verify the grounding pip pins, there should be 2 are installed into the grounding block, and the MLI for the left and right upper strut is closed. And I believe we left that left upper strut MLI for you to do.
I'm working on that right now. Both grounding pip pins are installed, and I'm just tightening the MLI now. And MLI is closed. I think I'm good to get out of the APFR. Is that correct, Mike?
In just a second, yes. Verify the upper triangle is not rotated up.
It's not. It is down towards my waist.
Copy. And then once you're both able, we'll take glove, hap, and gauntlet checks from you, and then you can egress the APFR and adjust 25 seconds to a handover, and I'll catch you on the other side.
When I do this APFR egress pin, I may need your
And EV1, EV2, Houston's back with you.
I got gloves. Same as baseline with the exception of there's some new smudging. It looks like maybe some of the labels on the struts are kind of rubbing off onto my gloves because I can see some mirror image letters on my fingers. But everything else looks good. My hat is dry and my gauntlets are down.
Copy, dry hat, good gauntlets. And for EV1's gloves, you've got some smudging. You believe it's ink from the strut labels.
Good copy.
And for EV2, you've got a dry hat, gauntlets are down, and some smudges on my right pinky, ring finger, and index finger, and left ring finger, just some like smudge marks.
Copy, dry hat, good gauntlets, and smudges on the right pinky, index, and ring finger, and left ring finger.
With that, I'm going to egress the APFR if you're ready, guys.
You have a go to egress. And I've got...
I got eyes on your grinder. And be mindful of your safety feathers between your legs, so you may want to...
That's why I'm...
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we can see it in the camera view, too. And so you may want to point your feet back toward your fair lead on the corner of the IEA and try to work it back between your legs into the front.
Move your heel outboard. I'll kick it back. Yep, there you go. Inboard. Yep, now it's back in front.
Thanks.
And it's kind of crossing over the right side of your body.
Now 1 hour and 22 minutes into today's spacewalk, recapping some of the milestones today.
I didn't know if you, I think normally you would have wanted the tether off your right side.
Yep, let's go off my left.
So far today, the crew has gotten to their work site, completed a 3A upper bracket build-out, and now has begun the installation of the center pad to the mass canister. They're currently doing a hap and glove check.
There you go. Off to your right now.
Thanks. That should be good now. I got to go into 12 Papa Hotel 12 on APFR and shrink into WIFX.
Yep.
Good APFR settings.
Upper left strut. Or correction, mid left strut.
And confirm, Roger, you said adjusting the WIFX extension to 1.
Correct.
Copy. And then, hey, before you get back in the APFR, if you want to run a fair lead down to that outboard aft corner of the IEA, that's off to your right. That may also help keep your tether in a good config.
Yeah, let me do that while I'm down there doing the APFR or the WIFX.
Perfect.
Good idea.
And then last one, and I'll remind you before you get back in, if you want to loosen the friction on the ingress aid a little bit, that might help you tuck it away. And copy, Kayla, I heard you say you're grabbing that left mid-strut, straps 12 and 13, bottom right side of the bag.
Got it ready to go.
Copy. And so just something for you guys to think over. He can ingress, and then you can pass it, or you can pass it to him, and then he ingress the APFR. Over to you guys. You are going to do a ret swap on that one to Raj's BRT.
We plan on the ingress. Over.
Copy. You said ingress before the handoff?
Yeah.
Currently in an orbital nighttime, we see Chari and Barron using their helmet lights to fully install brackets. Excuse me, we see Barron and Chari as they install the 3A center pad to the mass canister. The crew has completed the center pad install, and they are now moving on to the installation of the left struts.
Lead came up again, so when I'm done setting this, I'm going to go back and maybe put an adjustable down there.
Roger that.
We copy. Yeah, I see you loosening the friction on the ingress aid. Yeah, just enough so that you can push it down and it'll stay where you leave it.
All right, we got 12, Papa, Hotel 12, the lift X is back down to 1.
Copy. Those are good settings and confirm the pitch knobs popped out.
Pop out, yep. I'm going to go work on trying to put this tether somewhere so it doesn't keep snagging on me.
Roger, you may want to give your waist tether a tug just to get it a little higher. You really get caught behind you again.
Thanks. I popped off this handrail, so it's behind my legs, though.
It's crossing your body over your left knee right now. There you go. You should see it now coming around.
Tally, thanks. Time to pause here. I can go ahead and put an adjustable down with this fairly.
If you like it, I love it. Yeah, sounds good.
All right, Kayla.
No problem. Worth the time.
Yep, take your time, Roger, and then if you could, let us know the handrail that you put the adjustable on, or where you put it.
That's inboard recessed one.
The one just after.
42.
Say again, Roger.
242.
Is that 2242?
I guess the place. Yep, yeah, it was the original one we were going to set. It's just I put an adjustable there instead of wrapping it around.
Copy, yep, an adjustable on 2242.
What eyes on you for the thin grass grinder?
Okay.
Full pedal.
Thank you.
Reels. Yeah, there you go.
Around here. I think the roll changed on me, did it? Cool.
Might be pushing the yaw pedal right now. There, it looks square
Yeah,
again.
it's all 12. Okay. Yep. I'll make sure.
Watch that yaw pedal.
Unfortunately, I made this ingress aid too loose now.
Yeah, Roger, and if you got to leave it rigid, that's fine. We'll just keep an eye on that BRT.
Well, it definitely gave you a hard time bending over before, so I don't want to dance that since we kind of have to bend over for those bolts in MLI.
Yep. And just a reminder, Roger, not to use the mod kit for the APFR ingress or egress. Gotta say it.
No, understood. That's why it's taking me trying to avoid touching that triangle. Let me tighten it a little bit more here. Wait up, I can still move it. I think I'm in on the right. No?
Right heel doesn't look locked into me. Might be in too deep. Maybe if it feels good, I have kind of a weird angle.
First station. The left is in. Nope, you're right. The right's not quite in.
I don't think your left is in either. I think you have your toes in too deep.
Okay.
So you need to back the one you're going to actuate out before you rotate inboard. Maybe try wedging one toe and then working the other heel, and then circle back for the first one.
Okay.
And a little, if you're working your left, you might be in a little too deep, so back your toe out a little bit. You're working your left foot right now?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah, you're in too deep, so I would start again with your heel out and up. Okay, now there you go. Now rotate inboard. Further, till it drops down. Almost there. Rotate further inboard. And you might need to back your toe out. Now rotate in. Not quite.
Almost like my toe got wedged in there.
There you go. That's the roll pedal. I don't think anything's blocking you. I think your toes are
going in too deep?
Yeah, your toes are in too deep. So you need to keep your heel back, rotate your heel inboard so it drops down. Then come forward.
And hey, Roger, one other thing that helps to keep your feet flat to the boot plate. It's tempting to lean forward and look at your toes, but actually squat down a little bit, put some bend in your knees, and even slightly lean back, just a tad.
On my right side.
Okay. I don't have great visibility on it because of where your safety tether reel is, but I might be able to check once you think you're in.
Yeah, I think the left's in.
Left looks good, Grinder.
Right, I think I'm in too deep.
I agree.
I'm caught on my reel or something. It feels...
If If you want, you could kick your reel out to the right with your foot. I don't think it's in your way. Your safety tether is between your legs again. You'd have to sweep your foot, your right toe inboard and behind it. You've got to cross more toward your left if you want to capture it, or maybe pull on your waist tether. It's almost there.
Under the boot plate, seems like.
Yeah, you might be able to catch it with your right toe. If you move your toe towards your left foot. You're almost there. Yep, there you go.
If you're just joining us, welcome to Mission Control Houston. We're bringing you live coverage today of the 247th spacewalk in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Raja Chari have ventured outside the space station to assemble and install brackets and strut kits for upcoming solar array upgrades.
I've got pressure on the tops of my feet, but I think I'm mistaken for the top of the suit. I think it's actually the BSI, but anyways.
You're locked in now, though.
All right. And I can collapse.
Nice work, Raja.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Way to stick with it.
Go a little higher. This is going to get my BRT red on it.
Hey, firm, you're going to red swap and then stow that one on your BRT.
To recap some of the milestones, at 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern Time, NASA astronaut Kayla Barron and Raja Chari turned their suits onto battery power, marking the official start of today's spacewalk. They are currently working on the starboard forward truss at the 3A power channel. So far, they have successfully installed the upper brackets and center pad to the mass canister. They are currently working on the left struts.
All right, Kayla, looks like you're back to the bag, grabbing the left lower strut, straps 5 and 6.
Can work.
Ready for the lower?
And Raja, once you've got that mid-strut on your BRT and out of the way, tuck and, if you can, collapse that ingress aid.
Already done.
Copy. And now you're going to retrieve the left lower strut and pass that to Raja. And Raja, you want...
I've got my hands on the left lower.
And you're going to ret to the handrail
stanchion.
Nearest the clevis end of the left lower strut.
Yep, I've got that. It's the same stanchion that has the wire tie on it. And I've got control of it, and I've got my red on it.
I'm going to release the bag ret. It's released.
Okay.
Of the strut.
I have the strut.
Okay, Kayla, you can translate to the Saab launch bracket at the base of the mass canister left side. Hey, we're 5 minutes to sunrise. And then, Raja, if you can verify the grounding pit pin is removed from the strut stow location.
The pin is actually in, if you can see in my camera, so you want that out, correct? That they need to put that into the mounting bracket.
Hey, firm, we like it removed.
It's removed now.
Copy. Okay, Kayla, once you get to that Saab launch bracket, you're going to report the spherical bearing alignment, and remember that's a pitch point. Keep your fingers clear of the lower strut pad and BGA interface when you guys go to install this bolt.
It looks pretty straight to me.
Okay, we copy. That's good news. So now we're going to work together to install the left lower strut M21 to the Saab launch bracket.
Okay, Roger, if you want to start working
Coming towards you.
Very nice. All right, we need to go zenith. And if you could push your end a tiny bit toward the mass canister. Good right there.
Okay.
A little more zenith. Okay. Maybe, yeah, that's good for now.
Okay, Kayla, and you're going to hand start M21, 4 turns. And I've got PGT settings if you're ready.
And started 4 turns.
Copy, hand starting 4 turns on M21, and I've got PGT settings if you're ready.
It's already done 4 turns. And
Copy.
do I start driving now, or does Roger do his end first?
Yep, copy 4 on M21, and so we're going up to Raja.
Standing by.
Copy.
Okay, we're going to...
PGT, looks like I'm doing Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Affirm, Bravo 1, clockwise 2, and 2 turns on M22.
Copy. I'll use this PGT, it's going to count it.
And Kayla, you're going to PGT Bravo 7, clockwise 2 next.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2 set.
Okay, good count, 41.1 volts. Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Affirm, Bravo 1, clockwise 2 for Raja. And this is that bolt that has the multiple diameters, and so you've got to get the thinner part that threads through, and then the larger part has to come through. So there's going to, you can kind of wiggle to get that bolt all the way through the different brackets there. And then you want to put 2 turns on M22, Bravo 1, clock 2.
Okay, the thin black line is flush, here comes 2 turns. Okay, 2 turns.
Copy, 2 turns on M22. And Kayla, we're going over to you now. We're going to drive M21 to torque. And again, it was Bravo 7, clock 2, so get in a good position.
Yep. Bravo 7, clockwise 2 set, and I'm going to start turn. And I got a low torque, but I wasn't in a great body position at the end there, so I'd like to give it another go, if you agree. Counted 9 turns.
Okay, I think I heard 9 turns with a low torque.
And I got a green light, 25.4, and that was maybe half to 1 additional turn. And I'm going to get in a better position to tell you black line.
Copy, half to 1 additional turn, so I'm showing 13 and a half to 14 turns with a green light, and you're checking the black line now. Actually, we aren't in final torque yet, so the next thing you're going to do is socket swap the 2-inch socket off of your PGT to the torque wrench, and we'll final torque with the wrench.
Socket swap, good pull test.
Thanks for the pull test. Good socket swap, and now you're going to final torque with the torque wrench, and it should be set to clockwise and 60 foot-pounds. This is the untaped torque wrench. And we're looking for about one turn, and we want the torque wrench to break over twice.
Top. Black line looks parallel and flush. There's maybe a tiny bit of metal still showing, so maybe not, like I would say maybe a millimeter.
Okay, the black line is a millimeter.
About a little over one additional turn.
A little over one additional turn, and about a millimeter between the black line and the bolt cam. Hey, stand by, we're checking. Okay, Kayla, and if you could check the gap between the strut boss and the bearing surface, and also give it a wiggle test.
Looks parallel with no gap, and good wiggle test, feels secure to me.
Okay, we call that a good M21. And you can socket swap the 2-inch from the torque wrench back to your short PGT. And Raja, I've got PGT settings for you when you're ready.
Yeah, I've got throttle 1 clockwise 2 and ready for number turns and drive.
All right, you can drive M22 to torque.
The torque. Hey, M22, I had 6.9 turns, good green light, 12.0, and black line flush, but from the parallax here. With the mirror, it's flush, maybe a half millimeter. I can try hitting it again.
Okay, 6.9 for a total of 8.9 turns. Green light, and you're saying a half a millimeter between the black line?
Yep. Yeah, that's, it looks like more from my angle, but when I put the mirror up to it, I'd say a half millimeter at max. Parallax of it. I'm trying to get a straight on look at it.
That's a good M22, Roger.
Socket swap complete. I did full test.
Copy. Thank you for that. Roger, you can show your PGT, and Kayla, please verify the lower strut MLI covering the lower strut pad.
Lower strut MLI is covering the pad.
I'm working the pit pin on this side.
All right, thank you. And you can install the grounding pit pin to the grounding block and then install the MLI. And Kayla, check your left and right safer handles down, and then you can translate to the mass canister left pad install location.
Okay, grounding pit pin is into the mounting brackets. And MLI is around the M22 bolt.
Okay, sounds good, and you can release the ret. That's to the left lower strut.
That's coming off the left lower strut.
Mike, I'll check my safer handles when I get up to the side pad.
I can see your right side is down. You're good on that side.
Thanks, Roger. Copy, Kayla.
Safer handle is down.
Thanks, Kayla. Left and right safer handles down. And Roger, when you have a free hand, you can grab that left mid-strut from your BRT.
And confirm I can take the locking pin out of it and start extending it.
Okay, yeah, you can release the middle grounding pit pin from the lock position. It's opposite the handrail. And then you can extend the mid-strut with the side pad towards Kayla.
I'm ready, Grinder. I got my BRT down.
All right, Kayla, and once you have that side pad, you're going to engage the right side first. Remember, it's a little up and down to engage that clevis, and then you're going to pivot it outboard to the left to engage the soft dock. And again, friendly neighborhood Fairchild fasteners here, so use caution, and you can hand start bolts M1 through M4, 2 turns.
I'm going to plan to use my PGT for these ones.
Copy that. PGT, it's the long PGT for M1 through M4. And then, Roger, over to you two on the sequence. But
and can I get settings for that, Ike?
A-firm, Alpha 2, Clock 2, and we just go with the side pad first, and then we'll come back to Roger. So Alpha 2, Clock 2 for M1 through M4, 2 turns each.
Okay.
Are you holding this for me because I won't be able to reach it after you
Yeah,
drive it?
I will be able to get to it. I'm just biased a little left for the bolts here, but I can move over there. Turns on M1.
2 on 1.
Turns on M2.
2 on 2.
Turns on M3.
2 on M3.
Turns on M4.
Copy. 2 on all M1 through M4. And Roger, if you can install the left mid-strut L8 to the upper strut L8. If you need to pop a foot out, you can do so from the APFR. And then I've got PGT settings for you when you're ready.
Okay. I think I've got it hand started, actually. Got 1 turn by hand.
Copy. 1 turn by.
Now 2 hours into today's spacewalk, recapping some of the milestones of today.
Okay, I got 2 turns by hand if that works. Otherwise, I can deal with the PGT.
Okay. Bravo 1.
At 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern Time, Barron and Chari turn their suits on battery power, marking the official start of today's spacewalk.
And this is on M28. You say you got 2 turns. You're going to drive M28 to torque.
M28 to torque. Sorry, I got ahead of you there, Ike, but I was able to pop it through with my fingers and see the fastener come out the other side, so I didn't want to go my grip.
I hear you. Get it while you can.
All right.
The crew then translated over to the 3A work site on the S4 truss, where they have now completed the 3A upper bracket build, 3A center pad to mass canister, and they have just completed the left lower strut install. The IROSA mod kit is in a good minimum configuration, and the crew is continuing to be on time on the current timetable.
Copy. Thank you.
Yeah, M28 had 6.7 turns on the PGT. Good green light, 11.8.
6.7. Copy. Black line flush. 6.7 after your two hand start for 8.7 total turns. Black line flush on M28. Roger. You can stow your PGT, and Kayla, those same PGT settings we'll use to torque M1 through M4. Alpha 2, clock 2.
She's doing that. I'm going to put the pit pin in up here.
Alpha 2, clock 2 set.
Copy. And you have a go to drive. Copy. M1 through 4 to torque. And Roger, you can install that grounding pit pin to the grounding block. One minute to handover. Roger, you can get a nice long glove check. We'll take a Happen gauntlet check on the other side. And Kayla, you can drive M1 through M4 to torque at Alpha 2, clock 2.
M1, green light, 3.7, 4 turns.
4 turns, green light M1. $30 seconds to handover.
Green light, 4 turns, 3.7 on the torque, M2.
M2, 4 turns, green light.
Little piece of metal sod right there. Yeah, so M3 and M4 are both driven to torque with a green light. 5 turns on M3, 4 on M4. And there's a small piece of metal sod. It's like a kind of looks like a curved wire, like a not quite a half circle. Like maybe it's a piece of a spring or a washer. And I first saw it near the side pad M3, but I didn't see it separate.
I didn't think it. It would look more like the same size spring. I can see the wire. It looks like that kind of thing. So I don't think it was the back of the Fairchild fastener.
Yeah.
All right.
I had good checks on that bolt.
Okay. Can you guys verify that the pit pins are all still installed?
The side pad pit pin is installed.
Yep, and the both the lower strut and the mid strut are installed. And I can see the upper strut to the center pad are installed as well.
Kayla, being careful of any sharp edges there, if you could give a wiggle test on each of the bolts M1 through 4.
Recessed, so it's a little bit hard to get my fingers in there, but they do look flush. I didn't encounter any resistance while the bolt was turning, and I watched it engage, and I got good torque in light, and I don't think they're wiggling. They all look good to me.
Okay, copy. Thank you for that report. And I copied your M3 and 4 reports, 5 turns on 3, 4 on 4 with green lights on both. And you said a small half circle-ish piece of FOD looks like a curved wire or maybe a part of a spring, and you saw it initially near M3. And Kayla, do you see where that piece of FOD is now?
It floated toward Raja and then away.
I tried to stop it with my gloves and then it bounced station forward.
Copy. Thank you. All right, that's a good M3 and M4. Good side pad install. Kayla, you can stow your PGT, and if you can reach it, you can release CV2's ret from the left mid strut.
Ready, Raja?
Yep.
That's released. My PGT is stowed.
Okay, copy. And
the mid-strut tip pins installed.
Thanks for that, Roger. And we'll take that glove hap and gauntlet check from you. And Kayla, you can verify the pip pin and the MLI are installed over the side pad.
Verified, installed.
My gauntlets are down. Still have a dry hap, and the only other new smudge is on my left thumb, a small little smudge. May have been there before I didn't notice it, but no other new.
Copy, left thumb smudge for EV2.
I think I'm egressing the APFR and reconfiguring it. Is that true?
That is true. And Kayla?
I think I'm headed to get the torque wrench and PGT.
Affirm the short PGT and the torque wrench from S4 handrail 2240 and the torque wrench from the left lower strut. And you're going to bundle them together and take them to the strut bag. And Raja, one other thing, if you could power on your WVS. I think we saw it power off.
Okay. I push the button. It looks like the light's still off. I'll push it again. I still don't see a green light. Try it one more time. Okay, I see a green WVS light.
Copy. Good config. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Kayla. So, yeah, you're grabbing that short PGT and that torque wrench from the left lower strut. You're going to bundle them and then attach them to the right lower strut, which is in the strut bag. Okay, Roger. And I've got APFR settings for you if you need them.
So I'll Papa Charlie 12. We can just change the roll.
Good copy.
Your helmet's just right above the APFR. You're fine, but just so you know.
The crew is now complete with the left struts and are moving on to the right struts for the 3A installation. If you're just joining us, we're 2 hours and 12 minutes into the EVA, where the crew has gone to the 3A work site and has built an upper bracket build, as well as completed the center pass to mass canister install. And we have now completed the left struts and now on to the right for the 3A power channel. On your screen, you see EV1, Kayla Barron at the top of your screen, and you see Raja Chari in the articulated foot restraint. His suit is designated with no stripes, while Kayla Barron, EV1, has the red stripes.
Can you tell if I'm in, Kayla, or am I in too deep? I can't get my heels up, so I think I'm in.
Stand by a minute, Grinder.
Yeah, no problem. No rush.
And
I've
Kayla,
got the PGT and torque wrench to the left lower strut, handrail assist to the stop. And go ahead, Ike.
perfect. I was actually going to just remind you where you wanted to put them, and then you can lock the PGT ret and or use the strut wire tie to stow the tools as needed. And then we'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you.
Stand by. Got the ret locked, and I've got the torque wrench kind of under the wire tie. My gauntlets are down. Hap is dry. And checking out my gloves now.
Try hap, good gauntlets. Copy.
Standard baseline. Trying to remember if I saw this before, but there's a little bit of RTV wear below my right index finger.
Okay, copy. Was that?
Spot that's come up.
Did you say below your index finger or on the right index finger?
Just below it, in the transition between like the pad RTV and the turtle skin RTV below it.
Okay, right index finger, and we've got a good video of that as well. Thank you. We copy. Right index finger RTV wear.
And Roger, just because of your orientation, I can't tell for sure if your heels are in.
Yeah, I can't pull them up, so I've either wedged in so good or I'm in, but either
you
way,
look pretty secure to me.
Either way, I can't move.
What I can tell, you look like you're in.
Okay, Kayla. you're going to retrieve the right mid-strut. That's backstraps 9 and 10 to transfer to Roger. And he's obviously a little farther away, so you're going to have to work together to get that handoff.
More of a blind handoff when we get those.
Yep. And you're going to stow that mid-strut on your BRT, doing a ret swap to the stanchion closest to the side pad.
Roger, do you feel like you can lean a little to your left?
I can, yep.
Okay. I may have to, let's see how far we get here.
And get to about, that's kind of oscillatory, like I come that way and then the momentum swings, so I come back the other direction. Without grabbing onto the mounting bracket, I can't hold myself too far that direction.
Coming up onto the triangle here.
I can see it coming towards me. Wish I was taller.
Actually, taller may not help in this situation.
Got it?
I've got fingers on it. Okay, I've got contact. I've got control. Let me get a red on it, and then I'll send it back towards you to get the red off.
Nice job. And you want to ret to the stanchion closest to the side pad.
There's me.
And Roger, it looks to me like you can probably reach the bag ret, and that might be easier if you feel like you can get it with your left hand.
Yep, I can do that. Coming back.
Go for it.
All right, nice job. Now, Kayla, you're going to retrieve the right lower strut to pass off to Roger when he's got a free hand. You're going to pass him the, you want the clevis bolt toward EV2. And that's backstraps 7 and 8, right in the middle of the bag.
How are we doing relative to timeline, Ike?
EV1, EV2, you're about 15 minutes ahead. Slow and steady.
Very nice. Here.
All right, ready for the lower.
And Roger, you're going to ret to the handrail stanchion closest to the clevis end of the right lower strut.
Okay. Could you tip it towards the mass camp or towards the center? And then it's a little towards me. I've got a hand on it, don't have control yet. Now I've got control. And you said the handrail closest to the clevis?
A-firm, handrail stanchion nearest the clevis end.
And Ike, am I good to start translating around?
Once he does the ret swap, you're going to have to release the bag ret.
I've got my red on it. Turn back to you.
Yep, and then Kayla, you can translate to the mass canister right side sob launch bracket. We recommend going outboard of the mass canister to the radiator side, and please fair lead so that your tether stays off of the BGA. You can use S5 handrail 2102.
Bag ret's removed.
Okay, I've got it.
And Roger, just a reminder, there's a PGT and a torque wrench on the bottom of this one, so you've got some tools down there as well that you're moving. Perfect.
Okay. And I can see the spherical bolt from here. It looks flat. The right side.
Thank you for that. Right side spherical bearing looks flush.
Yep.
And then, Kayla, you're headed over to the right side, sob bolt, and same warning, watch out for the pinch point there.
And can you say again the handrail you want me to fair lead on?
Recommendation is S5 handrail 2102. But the important thing is just if you keep your safety tether cable off of the BGA. There's quite a few options to do that.
Not fairly under the recommended handrail. I'm not sure if it'll stay as I translating, but I'll keep an eye on it. And if it comes out, I will de-fairlead it.
Okay, we copy.
Like it stayed in place.
Good words, thanks. And Raja, if you can verify that the grounding pin is removed from the strut stow location.
It is removed.
Copy.
Currently 2 hours and 23 minutes into today's EVA, we see Kayla Barron translating over to the right side of the 3A mass canister to help Raja Chari install the 3A right struts.
All right, I'm just going to adjust my cooling real quick, Roger.
Yeah, no problem.
Recapping some of the milestones today at 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern, NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Raja Chari turned their suits on battery power, making their way out of the hatch to start today's spacewalk. They are currently on the starboard 4 truss at the 3A power channel. They have successfully installed the upper bracket and center pad to the mass canister, as well as the installation of the left struts. They are currently working again on the right struts for install. This is all for the modification kit.
Let me check in my gear sheet and I'll see if I can get a hand on that bolt.
Sounds good. Yep, then you're going to work together to install the right lower strut M19 to the Saab launch bracket.
This install will be for future IROSA or ISS rollout solar array upgrades.
And we want to.
Yep, I'll hold it there.
And we're going to start with 4 turns. I've got PGT settings if you want them.
All right, there's 4 turns by hand.
Copy. 4 turns by hand on M19. All right, so we're going to move over to Raja, and we're going to hand start the right lower strut L6 to mounting bracket L6. That's both M20, and we'd like 2 turns. I have PGT settings if you need them.
2 turns.
Affirm.
If I can get it through the
Yeah, and you've got some Sharpie marks there to kind of show you where the bracket should align, but it again is one of those multiple diameter bolts, so you got to get that wider shaft through multiple pieces of that bracket. And then 2 turns.
2 turns by hand.
Copy. 2 on M20. And Kayla, now we're going to drive M19. I've got PGT settings.
Ready?
Okay, you're going to do Bravo 7 clock 2 on the short PGT.
Bravo 7 clockwise 2 is set.
Okay, we're going to torque M19, expecting a minimum of 10 more additional turns.
I'd adjust my body position here once I see where the PG is. Starting turns.
Good readback. Bravo 7 clock 2.
I'm watching the Strut. And I'm experiencing a little bit of running torque, but it might be the angle I'm holding the PGT at. I'm going to double check that I'm right on here.
Okay, copy some running torque.
It was just close to the end there. And I believe I counted 8 turns there. Green light, 25.4 on the torque. And actually the PGT is telling me it was 7 turns.
Okay, copy 7 on the PGT, green light, 25.4. Okay, and now you are going to swap the 2-inch socket from the short PGT to the torque wrench, and we're going to final torque with the torque wrench again. All right, and I'm showing 11 turns total, so we may expect more turns on the torque wrench. But we're looking for, again, breaking it over twice. Okay, copy, and maybe 3.5 turns on the torque wrench.
Rocket swap complete with a good pull test.
Okay, thank you for that. And with the torque wrench, clockwise 60 foot-pounds, we're going to final torque, give us the turns, and looking for that wrench to break over twice.
Just so the PGT is not flying around, I'm going to have an independent right now for the torque wrench, and I'm going to remove the adjustable between them.
Okay, copy. You've reattached the PGT, and you're going to disconnect the torque wrench and the PGT reds.
Working on this upper grounding dip pin while she's doing that, just as it's at an odd angle, so I'm still struggling to try to get into the grounding block. I know it's only getting harder once you grab the bolt.
Copy. Yeah, it looks like that cable's got a little memory making it hard to line up.
Yeah.
And you can go in from the other side, that other hole. As long as they both are in the grounding block, that's a good config.
Yeah, this one that's facing towards me, I'm saving for the mid-strap, because I think that's even harder to get around the corner with.
Okay, copy. Looks like that one you got a good start on it.
I was going the wrong way on the torque wrench, not doing myself any favors there. And double check that it was going clockwise.
Okay, and about how many turns, Kayla?
I did 32 throws of the torque wrench, and it was about an eighth of a turn per throw.
Okay, so we copy about 4 turns counterclockwise, and now we've reset it to clockwise. So we're looking at maybe 7 or more turns. Hey, Kayla, Ike, back with you. Sorry about that, not giving you a heads up about the handover.
Still working the torque wrench. Two pops. That was 120 throws. And I think it was still about an eighth of a turn per throw.
Okay, so.
What I'm counting.
Yeah, somebody down here is going to do that math, but copy 120 throws, about an eighth of a turn each one. We're going to talk that over. And you got 2 breakovers on the torque wrench?
Firm.
Okay. Take a breather, and when you're ready, we'll take those lower strut checks, the black line, the gap, and a wiggle test.
Black line looks parallel and flush. No gap at the bearing. Wiggle test.
I just heard wiggle test. Kayla, confirm a good wiggle test?
Good wiggle test.
Copy, good wiggle test. That's a good M19. Nice work there. Take a breather, and you can leave the short PGT and the torque wrench on the right lower strut handrail. And when you're ready, verify that MLI covering the lower strut pad. Roger, I've got PGT settings for you when you're ready.
Covering.
Got 1 clockwise 2, if that's still good.
That is a good readback. You can drive M20 to torque, looking for a minimum of 5 more turns.
The M20 to torque, looking for 5 turns.
Can I go to head up toward the side pad?
We'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check, and then you do have a go to translate to the mass canister right side pad install location.
Got a low torque light, 7.8 with 4 turns. You want to hit it again? I think it's a better body position here.
4 additional for 6 total, and a low torque light. Yeah, again. Hit it again, please.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
And Kayla, for you, we recommend.
Glove, same as last report.
Okay, dry hap, good gloves.
Gauntlets down.
And good gauntlets. And we recommend you go outboard 1 handrail to 2123 and then transfer to the mass canister handrail. Go ahead, Roger.
Got a quarter turn, good to green light, 11.8. Back line is maybe a half millimeter from being flush. And for total turns, it was probably closer to 2.5. But I did the initial hand start in retrospect versus 2. If that helps with you, anything.
Copy. Initial hand start was closer to 2.5. You got 4 additional, and then you got 1 more quarter turn. So I'm showing, again, somebody's going to do that funny math. It's 6.5 plus turns with a good green light, and the black line is a half a millimeter. Good M20, good M20. You can stow your PGT and release that right lower strut ret.
Pit pin is in.
We know you got the pit.
On the boat, the ret is released.
Perfect. Good ret. Did you say the MLI is in work and the pit pin we heard you install? We'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check when you're done, and then we'll start on the right mid-strut.
I've got dry hat, gauntlets are down, and no change on the gloves.
Copy. Good glove, hap, gauntlets. Okay, when the two of you are ready, Roger, you can grab the right mid-strut from your BRT. Release the pit pin from the locking position, and when Kayla's ready, you can extend that side pad toward her.
I'm ready. iPad.
All right, Kayla, and same as the other side, you're going to engage the clevis on the inboard side. As toward the top of your head, you're going to have to go a little side to side, which is station up and down to get those teeth engaged, and then you'll pivot it toward your feet, station outboard to engage the soft dock. Very nice.
It is soft dock.
And when you're ready, you can either hand start or use the PGT, the long PGT, to put 2 turns on M9 through 12.
I'll use the PGT, and I'm ready for setting.
Alpha 2, clock 2.
Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
And 2 turns on M9 through 12.
On M10. I'm going to adjust my body position a little bit here.
Okay, copy that. And did you get 2 turns on one of the bolts?
M10.
2 on 10.
Turns M9.
2 turns on 9.
Turns M12.
2 on 12.
Turns M11.
Copy. 2 on 11. That's 2 on M9 through 12. Roger, over to you. We're going to install the mid-strut L7 to upper strut L7. Maneuver in the APFR as required. And I've got PGT settings for you when you're ready.
7. I'm looking at M24 volt. Is that going into L7?
That is it, M24. And you're going to drive M24 to torque with Bravo 1, clock 2.
I can hand start it if that works.
Over to you.
I'm going to hand start it just to keep it in as soon as I got it started.
Sounds good.
There's 2 turns hand started, and Bravo 1 clockwise 2.
Copy. 2 turns hand started, Bravo 1, clock 2. Good readback. You can drive M24 to torque.
Now 2 hours and 45 minutes into today's spacewalk, Chari is currently installing a mid-strut to the upper right strut, previously installed to the 3A mass canister.
Good test. Looks like 4.5 turns. I had a low torque, so I can hit it again. Red light looks flush, black line.
Copy. You can hit it again, 4.5 for a total of 6.5 with a low torque. Go to hit it again.
Okay, good green light, maybe a quarter turn, 12.0. Like 0.4 turns is what the PGT says.
Good green light, and I heard you earlier say the black line is flush. All right, it's a good M24. You can stow your PGT. Say again, Kayla?
On the PGT.
I just said you broke up on your last call, so we might have missed something you said.
Okay, that's a good M24.
PGT, and I'm looking for a go to drive M9 through 12.
You can drive M9 through 12, the torque.
M9, 4 turns, torque 3.7 with a green light.
Green light, 4 turns on M9. And Roger, if you haven't already, you can install the pit pin to the grounding block.
Pit pin's installed.
5 turns on M10, green light, 3.6 on the torque.
M10, 5 turns, green light.
And the MLI is installed as well, that I can reach. MLI over the mountain back.
Green light, 3.7, 4 turns on M12.
4 turns, green light, M12. And stand by on the MLI there.
Getting a good spot for M11. About 4.5 turns on M11, 3.7 on the torque, green light.
Copy, M11, 4.5 turns, green light. We're 3.5 minutes to sunset. Okay, Kayla, once you put your PGT away, you can release EV2's ret from the right mid strut and then verify the MLI is covering the side pad clevis.
MLI is covering the side pad clevis, the pit pin's in place, and in work on Roger's ret.
Copy.
Coming to you.
All right, so next thing we're going to work on is the clamps and the MLI. And so the right mid-strut adjustment collar, all the struts have been good so far. And so Kayla, if your BRT to the mid-strut handrail, minimize normal and torsional loads into the mid-strut. Counter torque wrench loads, please. And so you can translate to the right mid-strut collar bolts.
Roger.
And then verify the middle locking pit pin can reach the receptacle, but do not install it yet.
It is tight, but it can get there, I think. And that is.
All right, thanks, Kayla. And so I've got PGT settings, and we're going to drive collar bolts M25 and 26. We're looking for Bravo 7, clock 2 with the long PGT.
Kayla Barron.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2 is what we're looking for.
A-firm. That's a good read back. And you're going to drive bolts M25 and M26 to torque.
NASA astronaut Kayla Barron currently being seen on screen with a PT designated EV1 with the red stripe. She has her pistol grip tool where she's driving 2 bolts on the mid-strut collar.
Get a little bit higher here.
And Kayla, just a reminder, we do have that shorter socket if that would help for reach as an option.
All right, 5 turns, green light, 25.5.
Copy, 5 turns, green light, and which bolt?
That was M25.
On M25, 5 turns, green light.
Now on M26. Alright, that was 4 turns on M26 with a green light, 25.4. But I'm still seeing, I don't know if this is still a check, but that tab is still wiggly, and it didn't look like it really closed up on the M26 side.
Copy, not concerned about the tab, but we got 4 turns and a green light on M26. Stand by, we're talking it over.
It looks symmetric with the other side in terms of the
Okay,
gap.
that might have been parallax for me, where I was just saying the gap looks parallel.
Copy, thanks for those words. The gap is parallel. Okay, we're going to continue. And so, Kayla, we're going to have you ratchet with the PGT. And we're going to set it to ratchet clockwise. Check the MTL to 30.5.
I'm in ratchet clockwise, and MTL is in 30.5.
Okay, we're going to manually ratchet M25 and 26 to torque. We're looking for 2 pops on each one.
Figure out my best body position here. A little bit challenging.
It is, and you know, holding the very top over the display with one hand and the bottom underneath the battery is one great position. And you can also counter the torque doing that if you're able to reach it that way. We are 1:45 from a handover.
Did you get any leverage on this? Oh, there's 1 pop.
Indoor, yeah.
Copy, we heard 1 pop, and we just a reminder, we have that shorter socket if you think that'll help.
Pops.
2 good pops.
The right struts have been installed. The crew has begun torquing down the adjustment collar bolts, and the crew is currently 25 minutes ahead of the timeline.
Quite on the phone, and it came off there.
And Roger, Ike, did you call?
No, just talking to Kayla.
One pop.
Copy, 1 pop, and we're 10 seconds to a handover.
Two pops.
I'm done.
Copy, 2 pops, 25 and 26.
My next thing is
Eyes and wire side.
yeah.
All right, Kayla, Ike, back with you. And did you get any additional turns on 25 and 26?
Hard to say, really. I was throwing the PGT, the butt of the PGT, maybe an eighth of a turn, probably 4 or 5 times.
Okay, so maybe a half a turn, somewhere between a quarter and a half a turn. And is that on each?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, we copy. Thank you. You can reset your PGT to motor. Verify MTL is still 30.5.
Actually still it, so I'll reset it to motor next time I get it out. I go to install the pit pin.
Okay, and your last call was quite choppy. Yes, you can release the folded MLI and install the middle pit pin in the final location, routed under the same side of the MLI as the lanyard anchor. And Roger, now that the right collar bolts are driven to torque, you can close the mid-strut mounting bracket MLI.
Alright, we may have a problem with this pit pin. Yeah.
Say,
Pushing back.
and it should actuate
So what's
pushing or
happened-
pulling. Go ahead.
What's happened, Ike, is I think the washer and grounding washer has like pushed too far, like it's overextended, so the I think that it should be above the ball bearing, like all of those pieces. It's below the ball bearing right now. Is that how it should be?
They're starting to move. Ooh.
Oh, and it just came apart.
Yeah, we agree with your assessment that it should be above. Stand by.
The pit pin just came apart, Ike.
Yeah.
Got some of it, but not all of it.
The washer and the rounding, that piece is still there, but the end pieces, like the ball bearings, looks like they came off. Washer's free.
I don't know
Yep.
that. Sorry.
So we copy. Thanks for that description.
So, Ike, let me tell you what I've got here. I lost the washer in the middle. I've got the lanyard. Actually, that washer might have been the retaining washer at the end. The pieces I've got remaining, I've got the spring, kind of a thick metal washer, and then the lanyard back on above the pit pin. I think the washer, we lost the washer that was on the end. And that had like popped over the detent and was jammed. And when I was trying to push it back on, it came apart.
I think electrically you'll still be good when you install that. As long as it stays in.
I can get it there.
And Kayla confirmed that when you install the pit pin, the lanyard will still be connected, right? So I think we're missing a piece, but it should still function. Would you agree?
Yeah, so I installed it just because that was the best way. Sorry, something in my throat getting lost. And
copy, it's installed.
What I see is I have the receptacle, then the lanyard, then the washer, the thick washer, and the spring.
Copy, receptacle, lanyard. And do you think that it will stay in?
I do, yeah. I think, you guys got,
okay, do you have my HECA view of it?
Yeah, I'm wondering if you guys can see it on my HECA. Yeah, I do think it'll stay in. I just need to be careful not to pull on the ring and pull it out.
Yep, don't pull on the ring. We can see it in your HECA. It does look like it's installed, and we've got a couple questions just to see if it's going to serve its function. So we're talking it over. Give a second.
Okay.
Nice job keeping the parts that were on there.
I tried to catch that washer, but I think I had no chance.
All right, EV1, EV2, we're going to continue. The pin is installed. We'll leave it installed. That's a good config. And so you've released the folded MLI, installed the pin. You can now close the MLI around the collar bolts.
Can you reach that, Roger?
Yep. That's almost good. There we go. See if there's no more slack on that end. There we go. All right. Over the cam on the side so you can pull it back your way if you need to.
Now 3 hours and 3 minutes into today's spacewalk, recapping some of the milestones for today. NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Raja Chari switched to battery power at 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern Time. They got over into their work site on the starboard fore truss at the 3A power channel. So far, they have successfully installed the upper brackets and center pad to the mass canister, as well as installed the left and right struts. They are currently inserting clamps as well as covering brackets with the multi-layer insulation.
I confirm I'm going for a short wire tie.
I'll have to give you one of mine.
I think I have enough that I can do this side, Roger. Oh, no, you're right. You do have to give me one.
Yeah, because otherwise you'll be short on the other side when I'm doing the bag.
Are you with us, Ike?
Yeah, I'm with you. And I hear you guys talking about the wire ties, so you're going to install them on the telescoping end, one near the mid-strut collar and one near the clevis end.
Can you just confirm it's a short wire tie?
A short wire tie on both A-firm.
And I'm going to give her one off my BRT. I don't have the reach, kind of like we saw in the EVAT run, to be able to get to it. So I'll pass off one of my shorts to Kayla.
Copy that. EV2 passing off.
Alright, I've got one installed with 3 half twists. And get a little closer to you, Roger, and then, okay, good. Let me grab a right.
Copy, the collar side wire ties installed.
Right off.
Roger.
All right, Caleb, working on the second wire tie. And Raja, you can egress the APFR and retrieve the short PGT and the torque wrench from the right lower strut.
The ratchet. Okay.
Half twist on the second wire tie.
Copy, second wire tie installed. All right, so now we're going to work on the left mid-strut adjustment collar. And so you can translate to the left mid-strut adjustment collar bolts.
I'm picking up the fairlead off my safety tether first, but I don't think I want that anymore.
Hey, firm, you can grab that off of 2242. All right, Kayla, and very similar to the other side, we're going to, once you're in position, verify that middle locking pit pin can reach the receptacle, but do not install.
Again, Ike, it's pretty tight. Hard to verify without attempting to install it.
Okay, so one thing
I am feeling cautious about tugging on it too much because of what happened with the last one.
Yep, good idea. And just make sure you're routing it along the side that it is anchored on at the handrail. So just check the base of that cable and make sure you're routing it from that side.
I am. And one challenging thing about the fit check is the MLI is still in the way.
And you can release the MLI.
This accordion to MLI.
You can release the MLI. Okay, based on what we've seen in your video, it looks close enough to us, so you can, we have a go to continue.
I agree.
Okay. All right, so I've got PGT settings for you, and we're going to drive collar bolts M30 and M29. And Roger, you're going to take that PGT and torque wrench to the strut bag and verify that EV1's fair lead is still in place, that it's not in the way when you go to repack the strut bag.
I got my PGT in hand.
Okay, your settings are Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Okay, I'm back in motor, and Bravo 7, clockwise 2 is set.
All right, with a long PGT, you can drive bolts M29 and M30 to torque. And Raja, once you get there, you can repack the strut bag, and if required, stow that GoPro.
Ike, that was 3 turns, but I got a red light and low torque. And Raja, the GoPro is still tethered to the bag.
Okay.
Need to tuck it in.
Stand by, Mike.
Copy 3 turns with a low torque. You have a go to hit it again.
Work. Green light, but I still, it said low torque, but I do have a green light, no red light. Torque 21.6. I think it's a little low, Ike.
Copy, and how many more turns?
That was 1 additional turn.
Copy, 1 additional for 4 total turns, and which bolt?
That was M29.
Copy, on M29, we got a green light. You said you also saw low torque?
Yeah, there was a low torque message, but then it cleared and the green light came on. And the actual torque is 21.6. Programmed is 25.5.
Okay, copy. You can move on to M30.
Move on.
On the strut bag, I can see her tether on the other side of the floor, probably the IEA, so I think we're good. Can't see the rest of it since it's dark. But.
As long as you think you can stay clear, we'll take an inventory of the strut bag.
And Ike, that was 6 turns on M30. Green light, torque is 25.4.
M30 green light, 6 turns on M30.
No issues.
Okay, Kayla, we're going to ratchet again, ratchet clockwise, and verify MTL 30.5. Reminder, we have the 2-inch rigid socket if desired, and we're looking for 2 pops on M29 and M30.
Work.
Copy. And any additional turns as well, please.
All right, I'm just going to call out, go from inboard to outboard of the strut bag and tell you what I've got, okay?
That works.
And
We are ready for the inventory.
M29.
And 2 pops on 29.
Calls in real quick, guys. That's M29. That was about 1 additional turn. And on to M30. All right, grinder.
Okay. All right.
Copy.
On 1 internal bag ret, I've got two small reps. 1 small rep going to a PGT. That PGT also has an AET on it. The other small is going to the torque wrench. And that is connected to the same AET as the PGT. That's that strap. Internal Tether Point Hotel has a small ret with a hammer, and then an adjustable with the GoPro. Internal D-ring number 11 has 2 small rets on it. One of them is a pit pin. Internal D-ring Echo has 2 small rets. Internal D-ring India has 1 small ret with a taped torque wrench attached to it. And then internal D-ring Juliet has 1, 2, 3 small rets, and one of those small rets has another small ret attached to it. So 4 total, 3 attached to the D-ring. Everything.
2 pops, M30.
2 pops, M30. Any additional turns?
1.
Kayla, any additional turns?
Probably about 1 additional turn.
Copy. 1 additional turn, 2 pops on 30. It's a good M29 and a good M30. And Roger, we're talking over this inventory. Thank you for those words.
Let me know when you're ready before you start buckling it up.
I go for pit pin, Ike. MLI.
Stand by.
Bye.
Okay, you can release the folded MLI and install the pit pin in the final location, routing it under the same side as the lanyard anchor. And EV2, Roger, did you call?
Yeah, just looking for a go to start buttoning up the bag. Happy with the inventory.
Okay, Roger. Hey, question about the bag. Verify that there are sockets on the torque wrenches and that the GoPro is OFF.
There are sockets on both torque wrenches. There's not a socket on the PGT, and working the GoPro right now.
Okay, that with the GoPro off, that's a good config. And then you can start to fold and cinch the bag. Copy. You can fold and cinch the bag, Roger. And Kayla, you can close the MLI around the collar bolts and the mounting bracket and install the wire ties. EV1, EV2, 2 minutes to sunrise.
Copy. Doing, Roger?
Good. Backing it up. You wind up doing what we tacking it down to both sides? I haven't pulled up.
Just the two front corners, the lid is not tacked down, so you'll have two bag adjustables to structure.
Okay, thanks.
If you're just joining us, we are 3 hours and 22 minutes into the 247th spacewalk in support of the International Space Station Assembly, Maintenance, and Upgrades. That's astronauts Kayla Barron and Rasha Chari started their spacewalk at 7:12 a.m., where they switched over to internal battery power.
And on the wire ties.
They translated over to their work site, the starboard truss of the S4.
On the IEA, and then head back over to
the starboard fore truss, where they are completing a modification kit for the 3A power channel.
Copy, one wire tie near the collar bolts installed.
One observation I have for you from this vantage point is I wasn't able to see this because it was on the back side of the right mid strut, but now that I'm over here, the upper collar bolt is not fully covered by MLI. I'm not sure if you guys can see that in my helmet cam right now.
Copy, on the right side, upper collar bolt, right mid strut upper collar bolt is not covered by MLI.
I'm double checking the left side now since I'm here.
Copy. Thank you. Thanks for those words.
You want me to start heading back over there to fix it, Ike?
I'll let you know in just a second.
Stand by.
Okay, Kayla, yes, we would like you to head over once you're done with this one and verify that these collar bolts are both nicely tucked in. You can go over to the right side and cover those collar bolts with MLI.
left side are fully covered.
Copy. Left MLI and wire ties installed.
Confirm.
And before you leave the left side, if you could verify that the MLI is covering the side pad clevis, and then you can head over to the right side.
MLI is covering the side pad clevis.
All right, nice job on that left side, and you have to go to translate over to the right and adjust that MLI.
Roger.
Doesn't look nearly as pretty as the video, Kayla.
And hey, Kayla, we're going to have you get some photographs. Your preference if you want to get some of those now before you move. Looks like you're already on the way. Okay, yeah, maybe. Yep, go ahead over to the right, and we'll come back and get the pictures.
Currently having views from the HECA or the HD camera that is also attached to NASA astronaut Kayla Barron's helmet. She's translating over to the right struts to close MLI or the multi-layer insulation around the strut collars.
The MLI is back in place, good coverage.
All right, good MLI on the right side. Thank you. And over to you on position, but next we'd like you to get some photographs of the mod kit showing the final MLI config.
Okay.
And so the original plan was, you were going to translate kind of back toward your safety tether anchor, and you could photograph the mod kit from there. So if you want to just head back to the left side and then get back close to the strut back location and take the photo from there. But or over to you. You're the eyes in the field.
That plan sounds good to me, Ike, so I'll head back over to the forward edge.
Copy. Nice job. Raj, I see you're wrestling with that bag, and remember, it has to just be packed. It doesn't have to be pretty.
It's not pretty. It's the modern business person's briefcase here, ready to go for you, Kayla.
Sounds good.
I've got the handrail kind of facing up on the IEA, and then there's one adjustable tether that's holding it down. That's on the outboard edge that you originally had. So you should be able to put your BRT on this and set up.
Nothing could be worse than the full strut bag, so I think you probably did a good job, Grinder.
Definitely improvement over the full strut bag.
Nice job. Nice job. And when you're done with wrestling the bag, you can head over to S4 WIF 26 to grab the APFR WIF X.
can I go ahead and put the APFR in the settings it needs to be for when I get back to the seating cart? Do you have those?
Affirm, I do.
The duo has completed the installation of the IROSA mod kit. They are now finishing up the 3A mod kit cleanup and will begin the BCDU MLI tieback task.
I think I got good pictures, machine gun style, on continuous high shutter. So, as far as I know, I've got the pictures you're looking for.
All right, nice job. And since the strut bag is already packed up, we'll take a glove, hap, gauntlet, and safer handle check from you.
And work.
Actually, I lied. I'll just do the APFR settings now and get the WIFX when I get closer to it. So I try to go to Alpha, it'll get towards the mod kit. Looks like
Okay.
12 Fox Alpha 6. I'll go ahead and set that up now.
Affirm, 12 Fox Alpha 6. And then you can bundle that up and stow it on your BRT, and we'll take the same checks from you afterward.
Make no changes to my gloves with the exception I've got some new smudging on my fingertips. Some of the old smudging wore off, and I've got some new fresh smudges. But otherwise, they look good. My hap is dry, and my gauntlets are down.
Copy, dry hap gauntlets down. Translating smudges, you've lost some but gained some new smudges on your fingertips, and how your safer handle's doing.
Oh, and work. Forgot about that one. Check.
That was Kayla Barron giving a good glove and hap check, inspecting her hands for scrapes and stains, as well as making sure that her helmet absorbent pad is free of water.
Handles. And Kayla, if you want, we'd like you to grab the ratchet wrench from the TVA bag. That's the pouch on the side of the strut bag, and then that gives you some flexibility out at the BDCU worksite.
That's in work.
Oh, sorry about that, Kayla. I used the TBA bag as sort of a way to button it all closed.
I think I can figure it out, Grinder.
And Kayla, there is also a ratchet wrench in the crew lock bag, so if that's too difficult, we can just wait for the crew lock bag one.
I think I can get to it, Ike.
Copy.
After finishing the 3A cleanup, Chari and Barron are looking to tie back multi-layer insulation on spare battery charge discharge units to support robotic replacement or relocation on a later EVA or spacewalk.
All right, just having a hard time getting the pitch knob to move now to get on the APFR.
Do you need the tool, Grinder?
I got it before.
Okay. I just have the TVA bag open right now.
Okay, copy that, Grinder, and it helps to not if you don't have any pitch load on it, right? You know what I mean? If you're trying to pitch it while you're trying to push the pitch knob, that'll put some side load on it, make it a little harder.
Got the ratchet on my mini workstation. The TVA bag is closed.
Copy EV1 ratchet on your workstation and the TVA bag closed. Nice work. Okay, we're setting up for the BCDU MLI tieback. You guys are doing great, about an hour ahead of timeline. And so, for EV1, when you two are ready, you can translate to the S6 BCDU, translating outboard on the non-radiator side to S6 handrail 2008. And Raja, if you want to wait to get those APFR settings.
I got the APFRs there, 12. Box off of 6, and I'll get the width extender when I get there. Like I said, I can't move that now without getting the nav canister.
Copy. Sounds good.
Nice job, Grinder.
All right, you can pick that up, bundle it up on your BRT, and you're going to head to the starboard seated cart.
Heading outboard, Ike. Copy, I'm looking for 2008.
And hey, Kayla, can you just verify, can you check again that the TBA bag is closed?
Closed. You guys see imagery otherwise? I'm pretty confident it's closed.
Okay, Roger, you have to go to continue outboard.
Yeah, I velcroed it and engaged the little wire tie closure hook.
Sounds good.
I'm going to put back in my fair lead here near where it was before, just to make sure each other stays on this side.
Okay, copy. Sounds good. We're 10 seconds from a handover. And Roger, before you head back inboard, we'll take a glove, hap, gauntlet, and safer handle check. See you on the other side of handover.
Okay.
If you're just joining us, you're looking live at the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where Mike Lammers is the flight director. Today you'll hear Ground IV Victor Glover, NASA astronaut Victor Glover, communicating with the crew as they continue their spacewalk. Right now we have NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Barron y Chari conducting a spacewalk to assemble and install a modification kit to the 3A power channel. Barron and Chari have successfully completed the modification kit, and they are actually translating currently to the S6 truss, the starboard 6 truss, to they're translating to the starboard 6 truss to do some tiebacks of the multi insulation.
2008, and I'm going to start working my wire ties.
Okay, that's a good location, Kayla. 2008. Attach one long wire tie to the inboard stanchion of 2008, leaving one end a little longer. And Roger, did you get those checks for us? Glove, hap, gauntlet, safer handles?
Gloves, hap, yep, hap is dry. Gloves, no change. Maybe a little more scuffing on the right thumb, sure, for like a rub mark. And checking the safer handle.
Okay, we copy. Thank you.
Write that down.
Once at the starboard 6 truss work site, the duo will Tie back multi-layer insulation on spare battery charge discharge units to support robotic replacement or relocation.
Safer handles down.
Copy, good, safer handles, and you can translate to the starboard seated cart with one. You can leave your green hook in place, and you're going to stow the APFR with.
They will break torque and reset bolts on spare battery charge discharge units to support future robotic replacement or relocations.
Copy that. We see you. We've got a great helmet video. Looking good.
Working on the second wire tie.
Copy, Kayla. And Kayla, some cautions for you out there. Ensure the sockets are fully engaged before turning the bolts to ensure the anti-rotation device tangs are fully disengaged. To prevent bolt damage, do not exceed 1/2 turn when breaking torque. Torque is broken when motion is felt on the bolt. And once torque is broken, do not translate on the micro square until torque is reset.
Roger.
And Raja, for you, just as you're translating there on face one, the TUS cable, which is underneath the nadir cedar rail, nadir of the nadir cedar rail, that white ribbon-looking cable, is the TUS cable. Just be aware of that, especially with the BRT and the WIFX and APFR combo.
Yep, I think the BRT is behind me right now, away from the structure.
Okay, I'm working my way over to release the MLI.
All right, to Kayla, yep, with the 2 good wire ties installed, you can translate to the radiator side of the BCDU via the inboard edge of the S6 IEA. Fair lead your tether at the handrail 2009 to keep them clear, to keep your tether clear of the EWIS antennas, and then we can start working on the MLI. The target is BCDU1, the outboard BCDU.
Starboard seated cart getting
Copy, Roger. Okay, at starboard seated cart with one, you can install the WIFX clock to 11, and I've got the rest of those settings for you when you need them.
11 for the clocking.
Good readback, Roger. All right, Kayla. Looks like you're starting to open that up, the MLI on B CDU1.
It's open.
Okay.
Working my way back over to 2008.
Affirm, and bring that lid along, and you can release your fair lead on the way back. And we believe that that MLI is Velcro on the sides that you released, and that the side that's attached that you're folding it toward is like sewn on. So you should be able to not worry about that not coming off. All right, I see you're back to your wire ties. And so we're going to fold the outboard looped side under the lid to form a triangle. That looped edge will stick out from underneath the body of the lid with the loops pointing inboard for that outboard lid. If you remember that picture or have it in your cuff checklist, make it look like that picture.
Okay. All right, I've got the width X at 11, alpha 1, and width 1. And the APFR 1 at 12. Fox. And check the other settings.
Copy 11 Alpha 1, 12 Fox.
The width X is black on black with a good pull and twist test.
Thank you for that. Good config so far.
I'll get the rest of the APFR settings here in a second.
Copy, and nice folding there, nice origami skills, Kayla. And you're verified that the EWIS antenna is clear. And then you're going to attach that outboard lid. You're going to use the loop closest to the lid. The stanchion closest to the lid, you're going to connect the wire tie that's on the inboard stanchion to the loop closest to the handrail. And check your safety tether is clear, and then secure it with 3 twists. And roger, those last 2 settings there are alpha and 6 for the APFR 12 Fox, alpha 6.
The alpha confirmed, the 6 confirmed, and the ingress 8 is folded in. Copy that, X.
Okay, copy that. Is a good config, and you can grab that crew lock bag from Cedar Cart Grid Square Charlie.
Copy. Work.
I've got the lid secured with 3 half twists.
Copy. Very nice folding work there. Very nice origami skills. Hey, that structure to your left there, left of where your BRT is anchored that you were putting your hands on, we just wanted to let you know there's potentially some sharp edges there, so be cautious of that structure. All right, check your safety tether clear. Thank you for the 3 twists, and now we're going to work on the inboard CDU lid. So you can open lid 2, going back to the inboard side of the BDCUs.
Lock bags on my BRT.
All right, copy that. And once you're all ready, you can translate to S6B CDU to join Kayla. And you're going to go back to the radiator side of the S4 IEA and then outboard to the BCDUs.
The center MLI loop on the inboard edge tore as I was pulling it to separate the Velcro, but one end is still attached. And it's not the one we need to secure it down, so I think it's not a big deal, just letting you know.
And what about the loop, Kayla?
There is a loop that is sewn down on two ends, and one end came free while I was removing the Velcro.
Okay, copy. Yep, no
But
concern
it's
for
not.
today, but thanks for those words.
Yep, good copy.
Get my tethers and the tether config here since the safety tether wrapped around the starboard key car. I'll start heading your way.
Take your time.
All right, Kaylin, it looks like you're heading back towards handrail 2008.
Confirm.
All right, and then we're going to do the same thing, the opposite direction. Fold the inboard loop side under the lid to form a triangle. The looped edge will stick out from underneath the body of the lid flap, pointing outboard. And we expect it to lie on top of lid 1 that we just tied down.
Roger that.
Now 3 hours and 55 minutes into today's spacewalk, NASA astronauts Kayla Barron, EV1 with the red stripe, and Raja Chari, the suit with no stripe,
Verify the gauntlets are in place and
has completed a 3A modification kit and now has begun the tieback multi-layer installation on spare battery charge discharge units to support robotic replacement or relocation.
nice origami skills again. I see you attaching it to the wire tie, and that looks good. And once you're done, just verify both EWIS antennas are clear, Kayla.
You say again the verification you're looking for?
The EWIS antennas, the two conical devices inboard and outboard of the folded antenna.
Clear.
I'm sorry, of the folded lids. Copy, they're clear. Thank you.
They're clear.
Okay, and then if you could take a look at the MLI, specifically the MLI that's around the B CDUs, and make sure that that's not deformed, that we'll have access to both ORUs.
Might be able to give you a better call on that when I head over towards the bolts. Right now I'm still just kind of looking at the edge where I folded.
Copy that. And we're also going to want some photographs, and then you can stow the camera in the crew lock bag. So over to you when and where you take those photos. But then you can get rid of that camera into the crew lock bag once Raja makes it out to you. If you want to, you can stow that camera.
Photos from this angle.
My fair leave out here, Ike, is just to keep it off the BJ, correct? Not a particular.
Affirm, to keep it off the B.
And Ike, the MLI not look deformed. It's maybe a little bit pulled towards the folds, but it looks really clear for a robotics corridor, from what I understand.
Okay, copy that. Good words. Thank you. All right, and then some more photographs. We'd like to see the final config of the MLI, and also if you could get the EWIS antennas in the field of view. And then option for you, once Roger makes it out, you can stow that camera in the crew lock bag.
I might be a little close to get the antennas in the field of view. Trying, but it'd be hard.
Yeah, best effort on that. Okay, thank you.
To your left, Philip.
And from this angle, the folds are blocking the antenna, my view of the antenna, so I can't get this. I might be able to get better pictures when I go to the other side of the inboard side.
Okay, yeah, we copy.
And I'm okay hanging on to my camera for now.
Okay, thanks, Kayla.
Ready for your words on torque, brake, and reset.
I'm going to put the crew lock bag down here on 2028.
Okay, yeah, so you can drop the crew lock bag in a position for you to access H1 bolts, and we have a recommended location, but something for you two to decide. You can do a socket swap and put a 7/16 6-inch rigid socket onto your PGT, Roger, or you can work together and hand off the ratchet wrench. Either of those is okay with us. Just let us know.
I'm right here, Raja. I think it's easy to hand it off.
Okay.
But your call, though.
I think that makes sense.
And I've got the ratchet wrench in my hand if you want to give me the first bolt we're driving here. Breaking torque on.
I'm just dumping the crew lock bag, but we don't actually need it then if you've already got that.
And long PGT, so.
Okay. Let me drop this off and then.
Yep, and handrail 2028, Roger?
2026 then.
Okay, 2026 works as well. 2026.
Roger, what I'd suggest here is I can break torque on BCDU1 with a ratchet wrench and pass it to you.
Okay.
And while I'm resetting torque with my PGT, you can break torque on the next one, and then I'll hand you my PGT for it.
Sounds good. Let me get set up here.
Okay, and we copy, and we like that plan as well.
And can I get a go to break torque on BCDU1?
Okay, on BCDU1, the outboard, H1 and H2, 1/4 to 1/2 turn. H1 first.
Mark.
Now with the tie back on the multi-layer insulation on the spare battery charge discharge unit, Kayla Barron is now breaking torque and resetting bolts on spare battery charge discharge unit H1 to support robotic replacement or relocation.
H1, torque broken, a 1/4 turn.
Quarter turn on H1. Copy, moving to H2.
Torque broken on H2, 1/4 turn.
Copy, a 1/4 turn on H2, and you can either hand off the torque wrench to, the ratchet wrench to Roger, or you can stow it on your workstation.
I I'd recommend handing it off if you're okay with that, Roger.
Yep, and you want me to position over here? You want me to try to get it from...
I can hand it to you. If you want to put a red on it and take mine off.
The local dive question.
Take your time.
And Roger, you're going to break torque on BCDU2, the inboard ORU, and Kayla, you're going to reset torque on the one you just broke torque on. And I've got PGT settings when you're ready, and we're going to go H2 and then H1.
Okay.
And so, Roger, if you get to it, you've got time. You can break torque on H1 a quarter to a half a turn, starting with H1, and Kayla, starting with the two you just released, H2, alpha 6, clockwise 2.
I copy that, starting H2, alpha 6, clockwise 2.
Good read back on H2.
Roger has the ratchet wrench, and he'll work on getting in position over there. I have alpha 6 clockwise 2 set.
Good read back, Kayla.
And I'll get in position over.
And H2, alpha 6, clock 2.
I must have bumped the off switch on my PGT, so I'm going to recal it, and then I'll do those turns.
Copy.
All right, I can do an H1 or H2 first. Sorry, you probably told me.
You're starting with H1, 1 quarter to 1/2 turn, breaking torque on H1, BCDU2.
I'm back in alpha 6 clockwise 2, and I'll do H2.
That's correct for Kayla. H2, you're able to go to drive.
There's 1/2 turn on H1 on the inboard.
Copy inboard BCDU, 1/2 turn on H1. You have a go to release brake torque on H2.
Ike, I've got a green light. Torque is 8.5, and that was maybe a quarter of a turn.
Copy on H2, 8.5 on the torque, quarter turn, green light. You have a go to move on to H1.
Sure. Green light, 8.4 on the torque, about a quarter turn on H1.
Copy BCDU1, H1, quarter turn, green light. Good torque reset. Good ORU. And Kayla, we're going to use the same PGT settings to reset torque on the inboard BCDU2. So over to you on the handoff, or are you doing that?
Yeah, if Grinder's good with it, I'll just hand him my PGT over there.
And H2 first.
And
H2 torque is broken, sorry, 1/2 turn.
Thank you. Half turn on H2.
PGT now.
Okay, PGT, same settings. You can stow the ratchet wrench on your in the crew lock bag or on your mini.
Okay, for now I've just got it tethered to my mini workstation. And as soon as I'm done with the PGT, I'll send that back to Kayla. She's still on her ret.
Okay, that works. Alpha 6, clock 2, and we're going to start with H2.
Okay, starting with H2. Alpha 6, clockwise 2.
Good read back.
If you're just joining us, we are 4 hours and 8 minutes into today's spacewalk, where NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Raja Chari are currently breaking torque and resetting bolts on spare battery charge-discharge units.
One turn, looks like 8. Good green light, 8 filings, 8.1, H2.
One turn, green light on H2. You have a go to drive H1.
About an hour earlier, the crew completed the 3A modification kit.
That was half a turn, green light, 8.2 on H1.
H1, half a turn, green light. I show a good B, CDU2. Now you can stow the ratchet in a crew lock bag.
A modification kit is the support structures needed for future IROSA or ISS rollout solar array upgrades.
That's our extra TPA bag ratchet. Just SA.
Okay.
And Ike, I'm going to go back toward 2008 to see if I can get good pictures of the inboard antenna for you.
Okay, copy. Good plan.
I can get a picture of it from right here, too, if you want. I can see it.
I have to go this way anyway, Roger.
Okay.
I'm not doing anything else, so I'll do it. Right, at least if I'm too close, I'll let you know.
All right. I can come back over there if I need to. Swing my feet around. Can you see if my tether stays underneath? If I have to swing right back there further.
Right now it's in front of you.
Okay.
Now it's crossing over your left ankle.
With time permitting, being almost an hour and a half ahead of schedule, the duo will complete some get-ahead tasks, which include breaking torque and resetting bolts on multiple orbital replacement units stored on the 3A integrated electronics assembly on the S4 truss.
And hey, Roger.
I think I got good pictures for you.
Awesome. Thank you for those, Kayla. And Roger, over to you on where we're going to put that ratchet wrench. You can hold it on your workstation for a while until you get back to the strut bag, or you can stow it in the crew lock bag.
I'll put it in the crew lock bag if I can find a place for it.
That sounds good.
Is the next thing we're in the break and torque with it?
Okay, so let's, when Raja finishes that, I'll give you guys a big picture and get your, how you feel about it. So give me 1 minute.
Okay, stand by.
And yes, just to set the stage for you guys, you're about an hour and a half ahead, doing great. You're flying through these most recent tasks. And so I'll tell you what we're thinking, and you let us know what you think. Roger, give me a call when you're done with that ratchet wrench.
Yep, well, I'm Do you happen to know offhand if there are any free rents in this bag? Otherwise, I'll pull the adjustable. Before I pull everything out looking for it. Let's use my other adjustable. I'm thinking all the integrals are already used inside there.
Yeah, there may not be one in that bag, Roger, but you have quite a few, or you have an adjustable on you that you can use. We'd be okay with that.
Yep, I'll just do that. I just realized, Kayla, since we never opened the crew lock bag, I never took the GoPro out when we got here, but that's okay.
It's no problem. Nice to have.
All right, second ratchet wrench is now back in the bag.
Do that.
The GoPro back in. I assume this crew lock bag's going to wind up back on my BRT.
Okay.
I think you'll bring it back in board with you.
Affirm. That's correct, you guys. And so you can start working on that if you can spare some brain bites to listen to this. The big picture, we're looking at the bolt breaking torque on the bolts on the 3 alpha IEA. We'll move to that, get ahead, and then we'll move to the 1 alpha bolts as well. And then that's about an hour's worth of tasks, and that still leaves us about 20 minutes to do AMS. So how are you guys feeling about that?
We're feeling good about that plan, and maybe we could just check in after the 3 alpha before making the call to go to 1 alpha, but Raj and I are both feeling good.
Absolutely, we'll check in with you, and don't be afraid to check in with us. Okay, so with that, yes, Raja, you can retrieve the crew lock bag off of 2026 and put that on your BRT, and then we'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check from you.
Raja, your left helmet. It's the sun setting.
Okay.
You know.
And then, Kayla, we've got an audible for you when you're ready.
I'm ready for an audible.
Okay, so we'd like you to temp stow the strut bag out of the way of the S4 IEA ORUs as desired, and we've got recommended handrails. Once you get over there, I can give them to you.
Yeah, I'll head that way and take a look. You know when I'm there.
And we have about 40 seconds to a handover. EV1, when you have a free finger, if you could get your HECA on And Roger, same to you, HECA and WVS on.
Copy. Get that in a minute here once I put down the local. And I got a green light on my HECA. Want me to power cycle it again?
Yes, please, Kayla. Power cycle.
Neither of my green lights are on. They both are on now.
Thank you, EV2.
I think we could probably just dot it out of our way, but I'm happy to move it if you think that's better.
And Kayla, I just caught the end of that. Was that for the ground or for Roger?
That was for you. I'm at the strut bag. Probably dot it out of the way, but maybe what I'd suggest is moving the bag to 2239, which is the handrail underneath the triangle. And then we should be able to kind of bat it inboard out of the way.
Okay, we'll go with that. 2239 sounds good.
And I got the crew lock bag on the BRT. Put up the locals and have them inboard.
Okay, before that, we'd like a glove, hat, and gauntlet check from you, and then, yeah, you can proceed inboard after.
Okay, copy. My hat is dry. Another smudge on my left middle finger. Other than that, gloves look to be in good condition. And my gauntlets are down.
Copy. Left middle finger smudges. Otherwise, good conditions. Dry hat and gauntlets are in place. And you can now translate to S4 handrail 2206. That is inboard on the radiator side of the IEA, and then translate over to the non-radiator side via the inboard edge of the IEA, and then back outboard toward the where the strut bag was.
Keeping the crew lock bag with me.
Once you get to the 3 Alpha IEA, you can stow the crew lock bag as desired. And what we're moving to is the 3 Alpha bolt get ahead, so you want to have it in a place where you can access it, but it's not in your way.
Okay, where we can get to it, okay.
We'll need the ratchet wrench from that bag, Grinder.
Copy. Try to decide if we want it more on inboard corner or just bring it all the way out to where we're at.
The inboard corner would be a better spot for the end of the task if you feel comfortable translating with the ratchet outboard to the first ORU.
Yeah, I don't mind. When it's ready to put away when we get there.
Now, 4 hours and 22 minutes into today's spacewalk, the EV crew has completed a tieback of the battery charge discharge unit multi-layer insulation and are approximately 90 minutes ahead of the timeline. The crew will begin braking torque on the 3A ORUs, which is part of today's get-ahead task.
We will want to scoop
The middle one.
to the middle one. Let me look at the map here.
ORU is orbital replacement units.
We'll want to get into it.
The middle one is the one that's recessed. The recessed ORU between the more proud ones.
Right here, what I'm pointing at?
Yep.
Okay, so I can put the crew lock bag on 2204, which is right in front of me. That works.
And Kayla,
Like a
before
good
you
plan?
get going, Can we have a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you, Kayla?
Yeah, we'll go and work. The same as before, with some changes to my smudging. Some of it's rubbed off. Hap is dry, gauntlets are down.
Copy, dry hap, good gauntlets, and smudges continuing to translate. And, okay, all right, big picture plan is we're going to have EV2 lead. We're going to move RU to RU, and EV2 will break the torque on H1 and then H2, and EV1 will follow resetting torque on 2, then 1. So 1 to 2, and then 2, then 1. And, all right, so
like a good plan.
We're going to do the releases 1/4 to 1/2 turn, and then reinstall with the PGT. And then we're going to start on the 3 Alpha 2 BCDU. That's the outboard BCDU that was near the forward outboard corner where you stowed the strut bag.
Roger, I'm looking at it, and I'm looking at cuff checklist page 8.
Copy that. And so with the ratchet wrench, we want to release 1/4 to 1/2 turn on H1, on 3 Alpha 2 BCDU.
For Raja with the ratchet wrench. And Raja, we are ahead and doing get ahead, so take your time.
Yep, I'm just trying to fix my BRT. I think I got spun around on the controls here.
Yeah, you're on top at the moment.
Yeah.
I need to loosen your outboard knob to get that joint to rotate that you want to.
I think I almost need to flip it 180 around.
I think if you push down on the joint that's coming out of the top knob, have more leverage. And now if you pull it the rest of the way around, it'd be how you usually have it. Yeah, don't rotate it anymore. Now, like, pull that around to the front. Yeah, there you go. No, you ended up back where you started, actually. So you had it right until you undid it. What you just did.
Pushing down seemed to work, I think.
Yeah. So push it down till the top knob's facing your feet, and it is now.
There we
Just
go.
grab the actual ball stack. Yeah, don't rotate it anymore that direction. Bring the ball stack forward.
Got it, or?
Yeah. Yeah, pull with your thumb. There you go. It flipped around again. Are you uncomfortable leaving it on top?
I just can't. It's yawing I can't tighten the yaw.
Okay. Want me to come help you with it?
I can get my hand on the knob. Just to get some more brake and torque. But I'm not going to free spin. I think I can get my hand on this knob to tighten it.
In an orbital nighttime, as the crew and the International Space Station fly over Turkmenistan.
I'm going to grab the ratchet out and I'll start moving that way. I just been in the current since I got not able to brake torque on things.
Barron and Chari, with extra time, decided to go forward with a get-ahead task, which includes braking torque and resetting bolts on multiple orbital replacement units stored on the 3A integrated electronics assembly on the S4 truss.
And so for this first one, we're going to brake torque, and then we're also going to fully release H1. But starting with the ratchet wrench, we're going to brake torque 1/4 to 1/2 turn on H1.
I'll do a ret swap and I'll start moving that way.
Sounds good. No rush at all. All right, Roger, and you're going to the 3 Alpha 2 BCDU. That is the forward outboard RU.
H2 first.
And a couple cautions for you too. If the scoop is needed, do not use H2 for batteries on S4, and then avoid putting loads into the PFCS H1 or H2. And we can talk you onto those when you get close to them.
At H2 for a sec?
Both.
I think it's 1.
Hey, stand by for me for a second.
Stand by. Want me to tighten one of your knobs, Grinder?
Yeah, actually, I was going to position here. Let me try to position it inside here, and then I'll let you tighten it.
Okay.
I'm thinking I might actually lay on top of the IEA.
I think that's a good choice.
Go ahead, Ike.
Okay, no, I was just, we were just verifying something. When you guys are done adjusting that BRT, then you have a go to brake torque on H2. Excuse me. I'm sorry, no, negative. It's on H1. You have a go to brake torque on H1.
Okay.
H1.
H1.
Okay.
That ret, I think, is locked at the moment. That's connected to the ratchet. And what do you want me to do with your BRT here?
I think it's the yaw joints. So anchor it down here.
You want it tightened?
So the one that... this one, yep. Thanks.
It's fully tight.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll move out for it if you move your hand for a second.
That's okay. I can just go with this for now.
Hey, 15 seconds to handover. And if you get to it, you can do 1/4 to 1/2 turn on H1 to brake torque.
Copy 1/4 to 1/2 on H1.
If you're just joining us, we are 4 hours and 35 minutes into today's spacewalk with NASA astronauts Kayla Barron, EV1, donning the red stripes, and Barron y Chari, EV2, donning the suit with no stripes. They have successfully installed a 3A modification kit and tied back some multi-layer insulation on spare battery charge discharge units.
Copy, 1/2 turn on H1.
Being ahead of schedule, the two decided to move forward on some get-ahead tasks for a future spacewalk. They have begun braking torque and resetting bolts on multiple orbital replacement units stored on the 3A integrated electronics assembly on the S4 truss.
And 1/2 turn on H2.
Copy, 1/2 turn.
Yeah, I know it keeps...
1/2 turn on H2. And now we're going to fully release H1.
That'll be me, Roger.
Okay, move out of your way.
To follow the leader protocol.
And then Raja, if you want to just scoot over to the next ORU, it's the 3 Alpha 1, which is just one inboard. That BCDU is next. And Kayla, for you, I've got PGT settings when you're ready.
I'll let you know.
Bravo. Say again, Kayla.
I said I'll let you know in a minute.
Copy.
I'm just trying to get in position first. I need to toll Raja's further outboard.
Yep, I can keep moving. I can also swing back in front of the IEA if that helps.
I don't want to block your access either, though. You just put them...
You're fine, as I can't do this until that one's set anyway.
Okay.
Okay, and hey, a reminder for both of you. Copy, yep. EV1 and EV2, just a reminder, you cannot tether, waste tether or mini workstation interfector to the box that you're working on.
Okay.
I'll move by in a second. I'm not working on it. You can actually stabilize your legs here too, Kayla, if that helps.
I think I'm good. Ready for settings, Ike.
All right, Kayla, Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2.
Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2 is set.
And you're going to fully release H1.
Okay, fully release H1.
That's a good bolt. And Roger, on 3 Alpha 1, you can brake torque on H1, 1/4 to 1/2 turn, if you're ready.
Yeah, I'll wait until Kayla's done here. Right now, can't move it quite yet.
And Kayla, we're expecting about 4 to 5 turns to release that, but we're going to fully release it.
Okay. And I believe it's fully released. I actually did about 10 turns, and the little like spring-loaded lock unlock thing is ratcheting as I drive.
Copy. I think that means it's fully released. All right, H1 on 3 Alpha 2, and now we're going to reinstall H2. And I've got PGT settings for you, Kayla, when you're ready.
Ready?
Alpha 6 clockwise 2. Alpha 6 clock 2.
I'm going to see if I can stay on the forward edge here, such that we can work simultaneously.
Okay.
If I can stay out of your way. Got my vector, and then I'll set those PGTs.
Copy.
There it goes. Reach. All right, Alpha 6, you said?
Affirm, good copy. Alpha 6 clock 2.
Alpha 6 clockwise 2 is set.
Okay, and you're going to drive to torque H2. H2.
North.
And I'm lining up to get H1 of the next unit here, the one inboard of where Kayla's working.
Copy, yep, that's 3 Alpha 1, the middle BCDU, and you can release brake torque on H1, 1/4 to 1/2 turn.
And I think I got a red light, low torque. Ever go to try again?
Okay, affirm, get in a good body position, and you can hit it again.
Green light, half a turn, 9.5 on the torque.
Copy, green light, a half a turn. What were your total turns on that one?
Let's say half turn total.
Copy, half turn on H2.
That's correct.
Okay, and stand by for us, please. Can you check the PGT settings on that one, Alpha 6 clockwise 2?
And it's actually an Alpha 7. I'd have gotten bumped when I was recalling it.
Okay, copy, stand by.
H1 torque is broken, half turn.
Copy, half a turn on 3 Alpha 1, H1.
H2.
Mirage is coming back this direction if you want him to brake torque
Half
again.
a turn on H2.
On which one?
Okay, Kayla, that H2 is good as is. We're going to continue. And Roger, copy that you broke torque on H1 and H2 on the middle B CDU.
H1, correct? H2 is in work, actually.
Okay, H2 in work, copy.
H2 is broken, half a turn.
Copy 3 Alpha 1, H2, half a turn. And now we are going to reinstall H2 on the middle B CDU. And Kayla, it will be Alpha 6 clockwise 2 when you're ready.
Head over there once grinder heads further inboard.
Out of the way. I'm watching your tethers right underneath my BRT here, Kayla.
Okay, give me a stop.
And Roger, your next target is the next
Like it's clear to me.
the next ORU inboard. That's a DDCU. And the same thing, you're going to brake torque quarter to a half on H1. You can wait till Kayla's done. Over to you, whatever you prefer.
I've got Alpha 6 clockwise 2 set, and I understand I'm resetting torque on H2.
That is a good readback, good settings. Alpha 6 clock 2, you're driving to torque H2.
My good torque at 8.2, and that was about a quarter turn.
Quarter turn green light 8.2 on H2 of 3 Alpha 1. And now we're going to torque H1.
And towards H1.
I'm at H1 on the next inboard one. Scoot up a little bit.
And Roger, say again, please.
I'm setting up for H1 on the third.
Okay, copy. Yep, that's the 3 Alpha DDCU, H1. 1/4 to 1/2 turn.
And I'm at H1. I'm still in Alpha 6 clockwise 2.
And you have a go to drive it to torque.
And you're away, Kayla?
No, you're good. Right, that was about a half turn. Green light, 8.2 on the torque.
Half turn, green light 8.2 on 3 Alpha 1 H1. That's a good ORU. Now we're going to move to the DDCU and brake torque. Roger, you have a go to release torque on H1, 1/4 to 1/2 turn.
Copy. Can't tell if it's slipping or it was really loose. Okay, there's half turn on H1. Torque.
Copy, 1/2 turn on H1.
Half turn at H2.
And Roger, say again for H2.
Broken torque, half turn.
Half a turn, broken torque on H2.
Out of your way.
Okay, Kayla, same settings, Alpha 6 clock 2. And we're going to torque H2.
I think I probably need to work on getting the scoop out then for the next ones, right?
There's one more in the corner, but
Okay.
I'm not sure what order I want.
So the next place we're going is 3 Alpha 3, that BCDU in the forward inboard corner. So yes, continuing the same direction.
Okay.
All right, Alpha clockwise 2, H2 on the third ORU.
Alpha 6 clock 2, H2. You have a go.
Green light, that was about a quarter of a turn, and 8.5 on the torque.
A quarter turn, 8.5 green light on H2, and you have a go to torque H1.
And work. A quarter turn, green light, 8.4.
Copy, a quarter turn, green light, 8.4 on the DDCU H1. All right, we've got a good DDCU. Moving on to the inboard BCDU. We can set up to brake torque. This is another one where we're going to fully release the H1 as well. We'll start with braking torque, 1/4 to 1/2 turn on H1 to Roger.
Roger.
Copy positioning.
Roger, what are you thinking about the scoop now that I'm looking here? There's these triangle-shaped things to hold on to. You have a higher run-in torque. Do you want me to get the scoop out?
My only concern if I brace too hard on those triangle things is it's a little sharp edge on the inside. I'm not there okay to translate on, but if I was pushing against them, I don't.
Okay. Do you want me to start getting the scoop out for you?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay. I'll do that while you're braking torque.
Okay, copy that. And just a reminder, if the scoop is needed, do not use the H2 on the lithium-ion batteries.
See that?
So use the H1, the non-doghouse side.
H1, torque broken, half turn.
All right, 3 Alpha 3, H1, a quarter of a turn.
And just to be clear, the only no-go for the scoop is the one marked with the red X on our cuff checklist page. Is that correct?
Stand by.
Torque broke on H2. I mean, I can try it, Caleb. If you want to move on to this one, I'll go out there, and if I can't do it, then we can get the scoop out.
Okay.
Why don't I give it a shot?
Got the crew lock bag open, so you let me know. I'll hold on to it for now.
And Kayla, that is correct, per the picture in your cuff check.
I'll try it without the scoop and see how far I get, and then I can always come back and get it.
It's no problem, Raja. I've got it right here if you want it.
Let's give it a shot without. But I guess just watch out for my safety tether here as you go, as I head inboard.
Okay, I'll keep an eye on it. This bag closed again.
Sorry.
No problem.
And Raja, what's the status on H2?
You're both broken, half turn.
Half turn on 3 Alpha 3, H2.
Now that I'm here, okay. Yeah, I think we will do the scoop.
You will or won't?
Well,
okay.
So I'm a local to this one that we're not. The ones we already adjusted local to, correct? The ones we're actually working on.
Hey, firm, the ones that we have retorqued, you are go to translate on those.
Okay, copy.
I'll work on getting that scoop out for you, Raja.
If you're just joining us, we're 4 hours and 52 minutes into today's EVA or spacewalk. NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Raja Chari ventured outside the airlock at 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern Time, where they switched to battery power and proceeded to the 3A power channel work site. The duo successfully installed the 3A modification kit and then proceeded to tie back multi-layer insulation on spare battery charge-discharge units to support robotic replacement or relocations. With additional time, the crew decided to move forward with get ahead tasks, which includes where they are currently, breaking torque and resetting bolts on multiple orbital replacement units stored on the 3A integrated electronics assembly on the S4 truss. After this has been completed, the crew will assess their time, and they also will be looking to break torque and reset bolts on an ORU orbital replacement unit stored on 1A, the 1A integrated assembly electronics assembly on the S4 truss as well.
Safety tethers are deconstructed. And Ike, I'm ready for words on BCDU 3 Alpha 3, most inboard.
All right, on the inboard BCDU, we're going to fully release H1, and I've got PGT settings when you're ready.
I'm going to put my visor down here real quick.
Copy that. And the sun is coming up.
And I'm ready for PGT settings.
All right, it's going to be Bravo 7 counter 2.
Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2 step.
And you're going to fully release 3 Alpha 3 H1.
And working on my visor as well. Hope we're not kicking you here, Kayla. Okay, I can H1 and H2 first, or H1 first again.
Okay, so you're moving to the DCSU, which is just aft of the station, aft of the DDCU that you worked on. And I'm having trouble using your helmet video telling where you are, but if you have a picture of it in your cup checklist, A-firm, it's the one that's the most central.
Yeah, using the cup checklist.
Yep, it's the one that's the most in the center. DCSU 3 Alpha, and you're going to break torque H1, then H2. 1/4 to 1/2 turn.
H1 is fully released on 3 Alpha 3.
Copy. H1 fully released 3 Alpha 3. Stand by, Roger.
Standing by.
And how many turns was it on H1, Kayla? 8 turns, fully released 3 Alpha 3, H1. And then we are going to reinstall H2 to torque. PGT settings when ready.
Ready? And I think I'm experiencing a little bit of choppy comm. Roger, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, and how do you hear me?
Ike's may have been choppy.
Okay, copy that.
I have you loud and clear now, Ike.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I'm ready for PGT settings.
Okay, stand by. Okay, Roger.
Safety tethers.
Go ahead.
Safety tether's currently between your legs. Just be mindful when you move on.
Copy, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Roger, the scoop that you have in your hand is on the box that we're working on. We need it on an adjacent box. And also, I think I saw a hook or an end effector on that box as well. And they need to be adjacent.
We couldn't catch most of what you said, but I assume you don't want the scoop on the bolt I'm working on.
Affirm. The scoop needs to be on an adjacent ORU, and so does your hook or your end effector, whatever's tethered to the center of the box.
That's right, Kayla.
I think he's saying you can't tether to the box you're working on, and you cannot put the scoop on it, so you need to move it over to an adjacent box.
Okay, I can do that. Yeah, I'm not tethered to it, so I'll move it over.
EV1, comm check.
Ike, I have you clear now, but you're intermittently coming in pretty broken, for both Raja and I.
EV2, comm check.
Got you now, and copy. I'm moving the scoop. I'm not tethered to that box, so that's not a problem. But
watch your feet, Grinder. I'm right here.
Okay, sorry. Here for a second while I try to push it over. A new place to put the scoop, I guess.
Mike, I'm ready for settings for H2.
Sorry, Kayla.
You're okay.
I'm here.
Kayla, your PGT settings, Alpha 6, clock 2.
6 clockwise, 26.
And you're going to drive H2 to torque. That's the 3 Alpha 3 B CDU H2 to torque.
Roger. You're kicking me, Grinder.
Sorry.
Okay. Green light, 8.6, and that was about a quarter turn, maybe?
8.6 quarter turn, and a green light on H2 of 3 Alpha 3.
I can get out of your way now if that would help you. You want me to move at all?
I don't think you need that. I'm going to wind up putting this scoop on the one I have to do next, which I know is I'll have to move it again, but that's the only option. I'll switch it back to the one it was on. Move my tether here in a second.
Yeah, that works, Roger.
Or effector on the one I'm working.
Yep, or you could go to the one adjacent to it. There's the battery that's just outboard of it. I know it's a different plane, so it's a little bit of a further reach, but either of those would work.
Can I swing my legs back this way then? Or?
Let me move outboard, Grinder. Stand by. Try to get fully out of your way here.
I'm trying to get H1 from where I'm at, so you don't have to move for the first hold. I can get to that. H2 I'll have to move.
All right, you're going to swing your legs.
Okay. This one first, then I'll move. I think I'm caught on the crew lock bag, maybe.
The crew lock bag is behind your left heel. And yeah, there you go.
I'm getting that one engaged on H1.
And Roger, can you say again about H1?
I was just having a harder time getting it to or ratchet to engage.
Copy.
Working it. There we go. Okay, H1's torque's broken. Quarter turn.
Yeah, Roger.
Copy. Quarter turn on H1. And you have a go for a quarter to a half turn, brake torque on H2.
These middle ones are definitely a little more exciting.
Yeah, it's a tough place to get good body positioning, especially to brake torque. Doing great.
My legs towards you for a second.
Good clearance to maneuver
Okay.
is necessary.
All right, there's 2 half turn.
Okay, hey, repeat. I heard 2 half turns.
Quarter on H1 probably, and half on H2.
Okay, copy. That makes sense. Half turn on H2. All right, so now we're going to set up to reinstall H2 and H1. So, Kayla, when you are in position and ready.
Shift out of Kayla's way here.
And Raja, you just take your time getting to where you want to go next, and then I'll come in there.
I'm trying to decide so we can miss.
Roger, the next ORU is the PFCS, which is just aft of the DCSU.
I'm just looking for a place to put the scoop.
Why don't you just release it to the crew lock bag for now, Grinder?
Okay.
And if I feel like I need it, I'll reinstall it.
And just a reminder for you both, you probably haven't seen a PFCS in a while, so no loads into H1 and H2, please. When we get to that ORU, we're going to work with H3 and 4 only. So no loads into H1 and H2 on the PFCS, please. Center, aftmost ORU.
I just got to figure out I'm going to send the scoop back and I figure out my safety tether here first.
Copy that.
I think if I come around to the right, I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, it's kind of pulled up behind your BRT. It's going to release itself. There you go.
Okay.
Now it's off to your right.
All right, so let me get a local bat on the
And it's going between your legs now, Raja, so you might want to kick. Yeah, there you go.
Thanks. Okay, so I'm going to send the scoop back like you said, and then...
Yeah, just let it tend toward the bag. No.
So back to the bag.
Okay. Fine.
And copy. We're not putting loads into 1 and 2, just 3 and 4.
That's correct. Yeah, good readback. Thank you. And you know, you're now closer to that aft edge of the IEA, so you've also got those yellow handrails on the aft side. They're just down a little bit toward your feet.
I won't need to scoop out here. I will use the normal handrails.
Roger that. And Kayla, let me know when you're ready for PGT settings.
Cool.
All right, Alpha 6, clock 2. And you're going to torque H2 of the DCSU.
And Ike, am I starting with H1 or H2?
You are going to torque H2, starting with H2. Alpha 6, clock 2, torque H2.
Let you know when I'm there.
If you're
Settings H2.
Okay, for the...
If you're just joining us, we're 5 hours and 10 minutes into today's EVA or spacewalk. That's astronauts Kayla Barron and Raja Chari have completed successfully a 3A modification kit and have also done some tiebacks for some battery charge discharge units to support robotic replacement and relocation. Being ahead of schedule, the crew decided to get started on some get-ahead tasks. They are currently
3 first, correct.
They are currently braking and resetting torque to bolts on the ORU, or orbital replacement units, on the integrated electronics assembly. The crew is currently braking torque and resetting bolts on the multiple orbital replacement units stored on the 3A integrated electronics assembly on the S4 truss.
Attempted reset, but I got a low torque. Do you have a go to try again?
Hey, firm, you have a go to hit it again.
This is the first of multiple get-aheads for the duo, if time permits.
Green light, half a turn, 8.2.
Green light, half a turn, 8.2 on H2. All right, and now we're going to move to H1, same PGT settings.
Work.
H3, 1/4 turn.
Copy, release torque on PFCS H3 1/4 turn.
H4.
Copy, moving to H4.
Try one more body position here, and if I don't get it on, I will go grab that scoop.
Okay, we copy, Kayla. No rush. You guys are doing great.
I've got a BRT down if you can use me if I'm close enough to stabilize off of my leg or arm or something.
I can get it.
So I don't know if I can hold on to this.
Awkward about just to know where you is so high.
Since it's recessed so much more than the other ones, it's hard to.
All right, green light, about a half a turn, 8.3. And Raja, I'm tempted on that one, since you have a BRT down, to just hand you my PGT to finish the last block.
That would make sense to me. Trying to work on 8-4 right now.
And Kayla, like I missed that call for H1.
Yeah.
How many turns?
It's about a quarter turn, green light, 8.3. And
8.75
working
turn.
on H4 on the PFCS.
Copy, green light, and on H1 on the 3 Alpha DCSU, I show that 4RU complete.
Roger. Nicely done, Grinder.
Torque's broken on H4. Turn.
Copy. Was that a quarter turn on H4?
A half turn on H4.
Copy. Half turn, torque broken on H4. And then, Kayla, we're going to reset torque on H4 and then H3 on the PFCS. I've got PGT
I'm just
settings.
going to take her PGT and do it since I'm already here. Go ahead.
Okay, copy that. It's the same PGT settings, Alpha 6, clock 2, and you're going to start with H4.
The Alpha 6, clock 2, H4.
Roger, I think that red looked locked on the PGT. You might need to unlock it.
Say that again?
My PGT red. Locked.
So I had basically a half turn, a good green light, but I didn't get the torque value. I can do it again. Actually, it's back 8.1.
Copy 8.1, green light. And how many turns on H4?
I thought it was about a half, but the PG is.
Copy a half.
4.
Good H4. And you have a good H3.
They go in H3. Can I then run?
Didn't understand you very much.
Yeah, I was going to say something. You can't actually see what I'm.
Okay.
I'm run. H3.
10 seconds to a handover.
H3. Point. Half a turn. Green light. 8.3. GC's coming back to you.
Half a turn. Green light. 8.3 on H3.
There's going across that.
Currently in a loss of signal. We should get views of the EVA back shortly. You're currently seeing live views of the International Space Station Flight Control Room.
Okay. I'll just take it slow.
You're currently
Going across that. Sort of handrails.
How do you feel about the 1 alpha task?
Okay.
I think we have a flow. I'm happy to try it.
Actually, I'll take a glove, hat, gauntlet, and safer check from both of you, and then we'll talk big picture.
Let me get back onto the front here now.
You're watching live coverage of the 247th spacewalk.
With the exception of changes and some smudges. And my gauntlets are down, half is dry.
I'm kicking you, Kayla.
You're good. You're good.
On the corner here.
Copy checks for EV1.
NASA astronaut Kayla Barron and Raja Chari ventured outside the airlock and switched to battery power around 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern Time.
Don't look like any significant change I can see. Half is dry, and my gauntlets are still down.
Copy. Good glove, hat, and gauntlets, and then safer handles for both of you, please.
The duo ventured to the 3A work site where they successfully completed a modification kit for future IROSA upgrades or ISS rollout solar array upgrades.
Well, your trash bag's blocking it a little bit.
I'll reach back there again.
It looks like it was down at the bottom half, but I didn't see the top half.
Yep, no problem. Let me reposition here, and I'll reach back there and check it.
The duo completed tie-back multi-layer insulation on spare battery charge-discharge units to support robotic replacement or relocation.
I still owe you a right safer handle, but I can listen while you're doing that.
With extra time to spare, the duo decided to move ahead with get-ahead task and are currently finishing up breaking torque and resetting bolts on multiple orbital replacement units stored on the 3A integrated electronics assembly on the S4 truss.
Copy. Good safer handles for EV1 and EV2.
Ready for your words when you're ready, Ike.
Okay, Roger, we need you to check your HECA LED. If it's off, turn it on. If it's on, power cycle it, please.
Looks like it was off and it's now on. Same for WDS is off again. At least no, actually, that's what is on.
Okay, copy. Thank you for turning those both on.
Both are on.
And it looks like you've got a partially open doors on the crew lock bag. You can get that tidied up, and then we'll talk big picture.
Are we...
If we're going to 1A, I'll keep the...
Yeah, it kind of matters what we're doing.
Good point. Okay. All right. Yep. Fair point. So we don't have enough time to make much progress on the 1 alpha get-aheads. So what we're going to do is take the time here to get a nice, good cleanup, and then we're going to translate and start work on the AMS get-ahead. That'll still leave us some time to, we've got to do a test inspection on the way back to the airlock, and potentially we'll be able to get the airlock pit pin inspection and or imagery on the way in. What do you guys think of that?
Sounds great to us.
I'll go on the crew lock bag.
The door is open for you to stow the ratchet and inventory. You can lift up the strut?
I can get it. Or yeah, if you want to pick that up, you can.
Sounds like a handover, maybe.
What's that say?
Nope. I'm here with you. Okay. Caleb, we want to make sure you have your PGT stowed, and then you can translate to the strut bag.
PGT is stowed, and I'm headed to the strut bag.
You're going to pick that up, stow it on your BRT, and then EV2, you're going to stow the ratchet wrench and scoop if it's still out in the crew lock bag, and then stow the crew lock bag on your BRT.
You ready for a crew lock bag inventory?
We were able to get it via the video, so we don't need the inventory. Lucky you.
Okay. Sure. Lucky me.
And EV2, once you have the bag on your BRT, you're going to lead inboard.
And I saw like a small white pod. I can't quite tell you what it was. Fly off toward the solar array. It looks like it was maybe like soft goods of some kind, actually. Like a little piece of fabric, but it's moving around like a decent mass. But it bounced off and it's headed back this way. Toward the solar array I'm not right next to. I don't recognize it as part of anything to do with me or my suit, but just reporting it.
Okay, yeah, copy for that. Thank you for that description. We copy, and update us if needed.
Okay.
5 hours and 27 minutes into this EVA, or spacewalk, the ground here in Mission Control has decided the duo will not do the breaking of torque and resetting bolts on the 1A integrated electronics assembly, but instead they will translate to the alpha magnetic spectrometer for patch panel access evaluation. Still in get-aheads, the crew has about 1 hour left scheduled in the 6 hour and 30-minute spacewalk.
Only if you want to look, Roger. Pretty epic views right now.
Pretty cool. Got a few pics of you earlier. All right, I got my BRT right to the crew lock bag. That's right.
The strap back on my BRT.
Copy Kayla and copy Roger. And EV2 is going to lead as you both translate back inboard, just inboard to the Sarge.
Ready when you are, Roger.
All right.
No rush.
Up here.
All right, you two are headed inboard. EV2, you're leading to the S1, S3 interface near mile marker 5730. And you can both leave your green hooks in place.
We leave our green hooks in place.
Let me know when you're back on the cedar rail, and then I'll come across, Grander.
Yep, sounds good. Yep, I'm stuck on something right now.
Oh, your waist tether is hooked. It's almost clear. Should be good.
I'm on the cedar handrail. And passing my green hook.
Okay, and once you're both back inboard of the Sarge, you can find a place to temp stow your bags.
And which mile marker did you say I'm looking for?
5730.
Is that an okay place to stow the bag as well?
A-firm. Yep, we're going to head over toward AMS from here. And so both of you find a place to temp stow those bags. And then Kayla is going to translate to the S3 truss beam.
Now 5 hours and 32 minutes into today's spacewalk, recapping some of the milestones. At 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern Time, NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Raja Chari turned their suits on to battery power, marking the official start of today's spacewalk. They then translated to the starboard fortress worksite where they successfully installed a 3A modification kit for future IROSA or ISS rollout solar array upgrades. They then completed multi-layer insulation tiebacks and began to work on get-aheads at the 3A integrated electronics assembly. They completed this task and now are translating to the AMS or alpha magnetic spectrometer for patch panel access evaluations.
Near 5370 is where you temp stow the crew lock bag.
left this on my BRT, but got it stowed near 5310. Strut bag.
Copy the strut bag near 5310. And when you guys are ready, Kayla, you can lead translate to the S3 truss beam location near S3 with 28, and you're getting set up to monitor Raja. Okay, and a warning and a caution.
I'm going to have to push those bags toward you before I go Zenith, just to have room. Get up there, and then you can push them back to get them out of your way.
No problem.
Okay. And warning, entrapment hazard. We're going up toward a confined space under the forward AMS radiator. So just be careful. And then also avoid contact with the ACC cable and tracker flat cables inside the AMS work site. And if you don't have a picture of that in your cuff, I can talk you on once we get up there.
Like I'm caught on something here.
Other looks.
Is it my reel grinder?
That's caught, but speed's still unwinding. Your green hook's running down here. If you caught on the bag. I don't see it stuck on anything. It should just be unreeling.
Okay, maybe it's something else.
Try to get a better view of you.
I don't see anything, but still pretty hard resistance as I try to turn the corner.
You come back towards your tether and look.
I think
your green hook I can see.
I think I got by it, Raja.
Okay, actually, maybe it's your PPT got ELC too.
I think it might have been the ELC above my helmet.
Yeah, so right now, like the socket of your PPT is kind of going inside the ELC2, so if you keep going the direction you're going, it should clear it.
Again, the crew has completed braking/resetting torque on the 3A orbital replacement units and is transitioning to the AMS, or the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer patch panel fit check task.
Further inboard, once Kayla is in a good position.
Good position.
Okay, and then obtain a body position for monitoring Raja's clearances, and then you can give Raja a go to approach AMS.
Raja, you have a go to approach AMS.
Okay. I might need a little bit of a GCA here to figure out how to take it up top.
Copy. And Raja, you're going to translate to the forwardinator AMS worksite.
Raja, you might consider climbing up the CETA cart as an option.
There's a handrail here that I'm on. There's one when I get up here. Is a good point. I guess we'll have to use that I-beam. So, yep, you're probably right, but I can get over to that from here.
Your time.
I think I want to come towards you on this diagonal piece, right?
Yep, and then there's a small handrail after you cross the next gap. And try to slow your rate a little.
Okay.
And nice job, both of you. And we're going to hold before we ingress the AMS worksite, so we're going to hold here shortly.
Let me get the local down. I rotate so I'm facing port position?
Yes.
Okay. Only if I
And there's
stop rotating at any point.
your helmet just barely kissing the MLI. You're good.
Okay.
And there's another short handrail on the left side of that same beam, a little to your right.
Okay, before I rotate, let me get a local down, because I'm just realizing there's nothing for me to stop my momentum.
Yeah. Local and your end effector might be good. And watch your puss
Okay.
as you,
As I rotate.
if your feet kick up, your puss, the back of your puss, and safer to contact the bottom of AMS. You keep your feet down.
Can I rotate then?
I wanted us to stand by, I think.
All right, I'll stay here.
Hey, firm, we're going to hold here. Thank you. Yeah, and just in general, so when we get in there and start looking around, we've got some time here to hold. We're coordinating exercise constraints, but just big picture before we get in there, main thing that I'm thinking about this whole time is you not getting stuck. So as we move in, we want to make sure that we can get back out. And there's quite a few no-touch things in there. I think you have a picture in your cuff. All of it is covered by white MLI, so it all looks the same. And some of them are things we can lightly touch, and some are absolute no touches. And so let's just go real slow and real steady so we don't hurt AMS.
I think in this position I can see that ACC cable up there above my right shoulder.
Your helmet, you need to go a little nader.
Okay.
Right now your helmet's in contact with something.
That better?
Yep. Good. And now if you want to roll onto your side, and I don't know if you want to go grab that next handrail or not, because I think the panel you're trying to get to is further inboard.
It is, yeah. I'm trying to figure out how to turn so I'm perpendicular, so I'm facing port, though.
I would maybe face the truss for now, translate inboard,
And then rotate.
and then rotate inside.
Are we good to do that? Are we still waiting, or are you guys ready for us to move?
Hey, firm, we're still waiting, so keep doing recce. What you're doing is great. If you see it in my picture, it's dead center on that side near the flat piece that's off to toward your back. But it is a very small, narrow, looks like one single cable. That's the ACC cable.
I see the patch. I think where the area of the patch panel should be.
Copy. Yeah, we're standing by here just shortly, and we actually are now go. So we are able to continue. And so, Kayla, over to you. You can GCA Raja into the work site, and then when you both are comfortable, Raja, you can ingress the gap under AMS.
Go to inboard, Raja.
Okay. I'll try to stay as nader as I can.
If you're just joining us, we're 5 hours and 43 minutes into today's spacewalk, where Kayla Barron and Barron y Chari successfully installed the 3A modification kit and completed tieback multi-layer insulation on spare battery charge discharge units to support robotic replacement or relocations. They had time left and proceeded with a get-ahead task. They have also completed breaking torque and resetting bolts on spare battery charge. They have also completed breaking torque and resetting bolts on multiple orbital replacement units stored on the 3A integrated electronics assembly on the S4 truss. They have just arrived to the alpha magnetic spectrometer work site where they will do patch panel access evaluation.
Your right foot is just barely kissing the MLI right now.
Okay, so if I come down at all, would that help?
Yeah, I think if you come a little nader.
I think it reacts against, unfortunately. So.